and committee members. My name is Del Shellstead. I'm the chairman of the Campbell County Commissioners. Take a lot of pride in telling you I'm going to introduce the people that are with me today and then introduce our presentation team. I take a lot of pride in saying that all 5 county commissioners are here. Commissioners, if you'd raise your hand. We feel real strong about this in our county, and I think we proved that. Our county clerk is here with us as well. Our city administrator, Mr. Mike Cole, and a city councilman, Nathan McClelland, are here as well. Members of the Wyoming Sportsman's Group and members of Energy Capital Economic Development. Like I said, my name is Del Shellstead. I want to tell you a little bit about myself and how it relates to the shooting complex. I'm a 16-year U.S. Army Special Operations veteran. I served in the 75th Ranger Regiment in the 7th Special Forces Group, 4 years of which I was U.S. Army sniper. I've been to over 40 national and international shooting competitions, to include the U.S. Army Best Ranger competition and the U.S. Army Top Sniper event. I currently am an NRA Master Instructor, which means I have an instructor card in each discipline. I'm also an NRA Chief RSO, and I've trained a lot of RSOs in Campbell County and the state of Wyoming. I've owned and operated an indoor shooting complex in Campbell County. With me at the table today is Commissioner Jim Ford, Matt Olson, who is our Director of Public Works. Presenting also today will be Rusty Bell, Executive Director of the Economic Office of Transformation, and Miss Jessica Cedars with Visit Gillette in the town of Wright. She's the Executive Director. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jim Ford.
Thank you, Chairman. So Chairman, members of the task force, we appreciate being here today. We think we've got a strong proposal and want to tell you more about it. You know, one of the things, just to introduce our methodology in going through this series of slides, I was very glad to hear that you're willing to interject questions and comments along the way. We really appreciate having this be a conversational nature, tell a story about the Campbell County proposition, and we will have additional presenters that will present various sections on this agenda. We have a single slide for each item on the scoring matrix. We're going to walk right down through those in order. And anything that we need to revisit, to dig into deeper, just hold us back. Otherwise, we're going to get right on through them. So, Matt, if you go ahead and advance. The first section of the scoring matrix, and we're very aware of where we scored well and where we didn't amongst the competitors here. I would just say that among the 4 criteria, the site and the future success, those are things that we can control. The decision makers are all right here in this room. We can see to the proper siting, the right type of facilities, and how to manage and operate those for a long time for the local, regional, state, national, and international needs that the task force and the other stakeholders deem as being the appropriate needs. We have not taken a lot of time and effort to structure a business plan because we don't know exactly what's going to be built. That's up to all of us here in the state of Wyoming. We can quickly respond to those needs once we know what the priorities of the stakeholders are. So as far as the site goes, we can control our destiny where that's concerned, and we think we can resolve any of your concerns rather to the scoring matrix there where the site is. Future success, we're going to talk a lot about past successes. We're going to lean a lot on existing facilities that we have. You see in this photo, we're looking from the east side of Gillette, from west to east, across the Camplex Multi-Event Center, the future Pronghorn Industrial Park in the distance, and an exciting development we've had since we submitted the proposal is a land acquisition called the Spaith Ranch. And everything to the horizon, to the blue sky there in that photo is our recent acquisition for lands. So we'll speak to those. The accommodating services, the draw to the area, Sometimes we're just at the mercy of where we are, the size of our community, the character of the lands and the businesses there. And I'll tell you, we've been very successful in Gillette, still with a vibrant, growing community, in spite of all the things that are going on with the coal industry, where our assessed valuations are great, our tax collections are great, the population continues to grow, and this is the right place to think about a 20, 30, or 50-year implementation for a state facility. So on to the next slide. So location value. Again, a couple of themes. We want to talk about the value proposition associated with the site itself. In certain ways, the best of management structures or governance structures, the best of business plans may not mean much for an improperly sited facility. We think we've got the right place at the right time as far as this facility. Another theme would be, again, past successful facilities and events management. These would be describe Campbell County's participation in a joint powers agreement with our partners at the city for the Camplex Multi-Event Center that goes back 44 years. And under that joint powers agreement, we've seen over $250 million of investment or value at the Camplex Multi-Events facility. We subsidize that, and we're okay with that. And we know that that is very likely a piece of the puzzle for a state shooting complex. So the first points here on this slide. The Casper team, Mr. Devine and Ms. Lopez, they did a great job of speaking about the economic development perspective. I think many of the generalities that were mentioned there will be true regardless of the location that this facility is sited. So we want to get right to the details, talk about the site. We think that's our strongest proposition. Land ownership. The Campbell County Board of Commissioners, we approved the purchase of the Spaeth Ranch just this month on June 18th. This is a $10 million land acquisition, 5,500 acres of fee simple land. It's the biggest block of contiguous fee land closest to the city of Gillette. And we've got a binding purchase agreement on that. We expect to close on that piece of property before you come visit Gillette. We're proud of that. We're excited about it. And we think that the shooting park is a great fit for all or a portion of those lands, whatever the design team deems necessary for utilization of those lands. We're willing to commit the 100% of it without any expectations relative to revenues back to our county for that. We'll contribute 100% of that land for the design team to work on, for the committee to consider, and whatever's needed there, we'll dream big. We've got plenty of room for buffer area. There's significant land holdings on 3 sides already controlled by the city and the county, and we'll get more into that siting as we go through this.
So, Mr. Chairman, but am I on that? So on your proposal, you showed a number of alternatives ranging in acre size. You showed a different variable line on there, but as I understood, just want to make clear that I heard you correctly, that whatever acreage that we deem necessary when we locate the facility and then provide those opportunities for future build out. The whole 5,500 acres may or may not be available. That's what I'm trying to get at. What's the commitment right now?
All of it,
All of
Mr.
it,
Chairman.
until who decides that it's no longer needed for the task force?
Mr. Ford.
Or I mean, for the shooting complex, who would make that decision?
Well, that's going to have to be the governing body. And we know that Campbell County will need to have a voice in that governing body, but there's more to it than that. I heard several of you mention collaboration and negotiation earlier today. That's what we're here to talk about. But we're willing to contribute to the entirety of that land acquisition. It's all fee ground. There's an interspersed and adjacent additional 800 state acres that we would like to find a way to incorporate into that position as well. There are 3 separate federal quarters, additional 120 acres of federal land we'd like to try to work into it as well, but neither the state lands nor the federal lands are required. They're not in the 5,500 acre count. We're willing to contribute all of it. You're welcome. So beyond the Space Ranch land acquisition, the Pronghorn Industrial Park. We'll have, at the end of this slide, we'll go through some photos, and a picture really is worth 1,000 words, and I hope to spur some discussion about these facilities.
Senator Cole. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just getting back to the acquisition of the land.
Yeah.
What was the reason why you purchased? I mean, could you help me out with that? Because I mean, I'm hearing, I guess, part of it, maybe part of what happened. So could you explain with some more detail about why you purchased it and what the sole, if there is a sole intent for this property purchase? Thank you, Mr. Ford.
I can't tell who's talking to me. So, I'm sorry. Can see.
So when the
Now I
chair
can
will
tell.
recognize you to speak. So Mr.
Yes.
Ford, now it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's not a specific purpose for the acquisition of this land relative to the shooting park or any specific project. The purpose was and is that we know that Gillette and Campbell County need to grow. We need to diversify, and you can't do it without land. That's the reason.
Please continue.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The Pronghorn Industrial Park is a project that Campbell County sponsored beginning, I believe, about 4 years ago. And it is was a 250 acre parcel of county-owned land adjacent to the Camplex, adjacent to this Space Ranch acquisition. And we've worked with the Wyoming Business Council, with the federal EDA, along with significant matching from the county, about a $7 million total project, of which Campbell County contributed 250 acres and just under $600,000 in matching funds for those state and federal grants. Why that's important is that project this fall will begin to build roads, water, power, sewer, fiber, right to the border of the lands we propose for the shooting park. There's a tremendous value to the state's dollar to say we can focus the state's commitment or appropriation on building a shooting park, not on building roads and water and power and natural gas and fiber. You could say it would all be to the lot line as part of this other project. You know, a little bit of the character, and I guess if there's not any questions, we could go to the next slide here. So to the left of the slide, you can see a housing development. You can see part of the Camplex lands in the north top left side, housing development in the bottom left side. And to the right or center frame on that photo is that 250 acre I-2 zoned heavy industrial park. There is an extension of an existing city street called Box Elder Road that will, where the cursor is now, extend out with all utilities to the boundary of the industrial park, which then is the boundary of the Space lands that we propose for the shooting complex. Next slide. The location, you know, you guys can see this. We'll read through those. 10 miles to the airport. We're just 2 miles from Interstate 90 access there. 1 mile each to Wyoming State Highway 59 or pardon me, US Highway 59 and State Highway 51. And we just described that an extension of the Pronghorn Industrial Park utilities will bring all of the utilities to the lot line of the proposed shooting facility. I think we can go to the photos. Yeah, the video or the photos. And we spent some time just a couple days ago going out and getting some fresh photos to kind of show the perspective, proximity to the city of Gillette, some mapping to show these parcels that we've described. Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we'll just zoom into the vicinity of Gillette. We'll first look at the incorporated boundary of the city of Gillette. And then on the east side, south of I-90, are the Campbell County Joint Powers Land Board lands. This is Joint Powers Board that was formed in 82 or 83, I believe, and has been in charge of the Camplex Multi-Event Facility Development since that time. That yellow block of land you see there is just over 1,100 acres. The Pronghorn Industrial Park, county-owned lands, 250 acres there, again, zoned, subdivided. This season, we'll see extension of all the infrastructure, transportation, and utilities. And the recent acquisition of the Spaeth Ranch lands are there, 5,500 acres, more or less, bounded by some state lands to the southwest and to the north central portion of that. There are 3 federal quarter quarters there with the mouse. Mr. Chairman, any questions on the land position?
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, and you've heard this question if you sit through the last one. So what about the buffers? When I look at this, you've got active subdivisions on 3 sides of the parcel that you have. Some of it's platted and hasn't been developed yet, but what discussions we've had with the county to make sure that those buffers are maintained?
Right.
Mr. Ford.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The way for us to control the buffer areas is for us to own those buffer areas. And with the size of this land position, particularly if the state lands to the south are included, we feel very good about the ability to plant a very significantly sized, well-designed, multi-use facility central so that we can control the necessary buffers with our ownership.
And then a follow-up, the next question, obviously, in your part of the country and the proximity of this location, who owns the minerals underneath this property?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It's a great question. There are, of course, fee state and federal minerals with split estate. There is active coal mining to the north and northeast. But of interest, and we think of particular value here, is that we did acquire over 1,800 net mineral acres with this acquisition. The acquisition of those mineral rights came with a priority right to control the leasing of the other fee minerals.
But you, Mr. Chairman, if I can, you have no control over the federal government's, not that they're inclined to lease any coal, but any other things. I mean, we're seeing rare earth minerals being mined out of the coal seams and stuff. So I guess one of the questions I would have going forward, if you guys could also provide us a copy of the mineral ownership underneath the fee surface, because at the end of the day, under our Constitution, they have primacy as far as development. So we need to understand that mineral ownership also. You guys know that as well as anybody. So if you know, if we go to the next step, if we could please get that map, it'd be helpful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please continue.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on the same topic of minerals ownership in that area, I think we all know the risk to coal mining, even though the entirety of this property is underlain with mineable coal. The chance that it ever gets mined is 0. So there will not be any mining in this location. One of the benefits to being in an area that is an active oil and gas development prospect as well is that there has been historic oil and gas exploration and production in this area. There currently, I believe, is potentially 1 location on the far east of the property that would be in our designated eastern buffer zone that we believe is still producing. But I think the benefit there is that because of that past oil and gas activity, All this area has had prior wildlife and cultural resources surveys done on that site. We don't have any wildlife prohibitions, not in sage grouse core area, no other critical habitat, and for the past that we can speak to, no cultural resource conflicts there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question about the zoning. I'm assuming that the county has zoning in Gillette. I'm not sure in Campbell County, but if you do, why wouldn't you, what is the zoning there surrounding this area? And would you consider changing the zoning? I mean, I don't know what it is, so that's an open-ended question. So look forward to your answer. Thank you,
Mr. Ford.
Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kolb, the zoning for the lands that have been acquired are currently not zoned. The Campbell County Commission does have the role and responsibility of enacting zoning under our current regulations. Again, the decision makers are in this room. We're not going to decide to do it today, but we have 100% control and broad latitude on how to zone those lands, as long as it is in alignment with our current rules and regulations. There are neighboring rural residential, the other zoning class. There's ag, rural residential, and the tighter spaced housing zoning. Putting them on the spot. Yeah, an RS zoning for single family, multifamily homes. Yeah, more dense. There are no limitations for us based in our current rules and regs to zone that properly. We believe it would be an I2 heavy industrial zoning. There is another facility north of Gillette, the current the shooting park there, North Central Gillette is called. I'm not sure. Gillette Gun Club. Gillette Gun Club. It is within the city of Gillette, properly zoned and operating. We don't see any issues with proper zoning where this is concerned. Please continue. Sure. I think we'd like to just take a stroll through some photos and some video here. We can go as quickly or as slowly through this as you like with questions along the way. We can provide some commentary relative to the character of the lands as we go through. One of the things that is important in our proposition as a whole is to leverage prior investments of the city and the county, our joint powers board, and to speak to the draw, the surrounding area, what to do alongside these other facilities. A wonderful new addition to the community, a project to the city of Gillette, is the Energy Capital Sports Complex. And this is a facility that is about a 3-minute drive to the west of the proposed complex. This is a site that hosts sporting events, softball, football, soccer. There's a newly constructed splash pad at this site. And also there is a project there from Campbell County School District. It is the new water sports center, the aquatic center there, Olympic sized swimming pool at this site. So here's just a nice overview of the ball fields. To the top right of the screen are turf soccer fields and football fields. And then approaching the water sports facility there. Technology again. So yeah, there's just a nice overview of that entire site. The top left of that frame actually shows a portion of the Spaith Ranch purchase, just to speak to the proximity of some other activities in the area. Wonderful site that the city of Gillette, our partners here, have put together. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. Commissioners, any questions on that facility?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a question. In the past, the relationship between the Board of County Commissioners and the city of Gillette has not been what I'd call great. Have you have a better partnership or an understanding about this? Just to elaborate on that. And I was specifically talking about zoning issues where you could reclassify and zone, make a different type of zoning district with, say, restrictions on I don't know, on issues with firearms in a proximity. So in the future, you'd avoid having issues with a new purchaser of said properties, that there was a prohibition on some properties, basically making it a gun zone, I suppose, in a way, with safety, you know, and of course involved. But just, that was where I was getting at with zoning, but particularly the relationship with you and the city, and how's that going? Could you help me out with that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ford,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn that
Mr.
over to,
Shellstead.
Chairman
Thank you, Mr.
Shellstead.
Chairman. So, great question. So I've been a commissioner now for about 6 years, 6.5 almost. When I first became a commissioner, the relationship was exactly the way you described. It's significantly different today. Number one, we have a different mayor. And number two, we have several different elected officials, but I've seen the relationship between the city of Gillette and Campbell County as a really great partnership now. We deal with each other on lots of different things. As you know, as a former county commissioner, it's always nice to have a municipality that you get along with. And I tell you, before I was a commissioner, I was a chairman of the Joint Powers Fire Board. And I really seen it back then. There was always this struggle between the city and the county. Hasn't been that way since. So I think it's strong.
Mr. Ford, please continue.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Address some zoning.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Matt Olson, Public Works Director, and just to address y'all and Mr. Kolb, just your question on zoning, that is part of my purview with what I do. It's not uncommon to do some zoning. We have, like, through the county, we have a wind overlay zoning that has some certain stipulations on what we do with wind. We just went through a zoning process where one of the coal mines actually came in, and their plant facilities and all the infrastructure that they have, they actually wanted to zone it heavy industrial as a kind of a market, or just kind of a preemptive zoning to just look at what's next after they're done mining coal and not have to turn the plant and all those facilities into sagebrush, and see if they can get that process started to go that route. You know, there's the rail infrastructure and everything. And part of that, they butted up adjacent to Nelson Brothers, which is they deal with explosives. They're a large producer of the emulsion and everything that they use for blasting at the mines. And we did have to institute some buffer zones for them with that zoning. There's also another one south of our airport where we have height restrictions on buildings because of the takeoff glide paths or slopes. So it's not uncommon for the county to really address those issues. And with where everything is unzoned currently, should we be successful, that becomes first and foremost in what that master plan looks like as we build out. So.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Chairman.
Follow up, anything?
Mr. Chairman,
Co-chairman.
I just want to back up just a little bit and talk about the site just a little bit. So in the RFP that we put out, we talked about sufficient acreage, buffers, all of these issues. But one of the couple of the criteria that were listed in there was also a high degree of topographic relief and diverse vegetative communities. And so I think it was one of my colleagues down at the end down there that raised this. So talk about the limitations of your site and meeting those two criteria that we had specified within the RFP.
Mr. Shellstead.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, so one of the things, both as a shooter and as somebody that's had a shooting complex myself, 3 things are really important when it comes to a shooting site complex. Number one is where the orientation to the sun is because of sunrise and sunset. You can limit yourself by hours of operation by those 2 things. in some cases, you can use it to your advantage to gain some expertise in that environment, but typically it's not what you want. Number two, and I heard Ms. Legursky bring this up earlier, was wind. Wind is important. It's important to be able to shoot in wind, but it's also important to not be affected by it when you don't want to be. And the way you deal with that is topography and undulation of terrain. And this area that we've selected has got great undulation, and we can orient that north-south rather than east-west. And the topography there from the east and west side both have a really good characteristics for giving you winds that you want. So that's why we selected it the way we did. And I'm not sure that answers your question, but
Mr. Chairman,
Co-Chairman.
it dealt with half, which was topography. The other part of that was diverse vegetative communities. And so, I know there was some stuff in here about planting trees, but anyway, those are two areas, but so you can address the diverse vegetation. But the other question I would have on the shooting component is based on national statistics, the most rapid shooting sports in the United States is archery. And that gets back to topography and vegetation. And so talk about the limitations or how it's different than handguns and rifles when it comes to archery for topography and vegetation. So, and because that is the fastest growing shooting sport in the United States, just a little bit your thoughts on how you can accommodate that, what your limitations are
Mr. Shelton.
associated with that.
so interesting point, because just next to the Pronghorn Industrial Park right now, we have an archery complex. So this is the exact same environment that it would be if we moved that over to the shooting complex. I think it's important, in my opinion, to have every aspect of shooting. We've talked about, in a discussion earlier, we've talked about mounted shooting, which has already happened at our complex. There's lots of different things. You can go out, and I made the comment originally when we first started with our committee on talking about this was, I thought it was going to take $20 million to build this complex, right? And I said that because you have to purchase the land. And I think with the appropriation that the legislature has made and the purchase that we've made, I think we could build a really good complex for the amount of money that's there. So I think if we're lucky enough to get selected and we go on a site visit there and you see where the archery park is that we have now in relationship to where this property is, which is right next door, you'll get a good feel for this is a really good spot for archery as well.
Mr. Ford, please continue.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to continue on that theme, the video you see on the screen here shows an existing 3D archery. In the distance there was lane shooting up to 90 yards there at that facility. We've got the starts of a small archery complex there. Correct. So at the top of screen, Mr. Olson just pointed out, this is the first time we can see the 250-acre area that is the Pronghorn Industrial Park. This video is going to continue and I think give us a nice view of the lay of the land, so to speak, and particularly the topography. We don't have a lot of variability where vegetation is concerned, Mr. Co-Chair. That's just because of the part of the world that we're in. It's been managed as rangeland, agricultural rangeland for close to the last 100 years in this area. So, yeah, correct. And in the center frame there is another development. That is the Gillette College Indoor Rodeo Arena. And looking in the distance there is the majority of the Space Ranch purchase. So I think we'll just let this.
Mr. Ford, do you know if the community college uses that rodeo facility during the summer months when their shooting range is most often in use?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so I think it's safe to say that there is some utilization all year long, indoor or outdoor, with livestock in the pens or the barns on site, or utilization of the indoor facility. We do believe that with proper siting of the archery facilities, near that site, we can get the firearms courses far enough away to not be an issue. So, yeah, this is just a drone flight from this previous Saturday showing the creek channel drainage, rock outcroppings, some broad, flat meadows on the bottoms that are, anywhere from 8 to 10 acres up to 25 acres, bounded by kind of gently rising bluffs there, oftentimes where there's 25 to 40 feet of elevation adjacent to the main channel.
Looking south now.
Yeah, so proceeding south, and you can kind of see I guess we'd say the uplands portion where those highest elevations are close to 200 feet above the drainage in this channel. This area is characterized by, sandstone outcroppings, narrow draws that end in head cuts, oftentimes with rock outcrops at the heads of those, and provides a lot of variability relative to the isolation of various types or sizes of shooting, let's say shooting areas or focus for that development. I think we can speed up through that a little if you like, just in the interest of time.
While you're doing that, is there any prairie dog towns out there where, there's potential for?
Mr. Chairman, I don't think so, and we're not interested in planting it.
You're sure you wouldn't want to bring some in for,
So,
just, the Thunder Basin National Grasslands, not that far away.
it's
Jimmy.
not that far away. That would be a nice addition to this, a supporting facility is.
Mr.
Very-
Messes.
Yes,
Sir.
Mr. Chairman, my question on Donkey Creek, is that a seasonal or does it flow year round, flow all year?
Mr. Ford.
So, Mr. Chairman, sir, that drainage flows year round. This is actually downstream of our municipal wastewater treatment plant that supports that drainage. I believe the number is around 3 million gallons per day is what is discharged from the municipal treatment plant. There is one minor water right on that. Rocky Mountain Pacific Corps has a water right there, and they actually delivered their water to the power plant via pipeline. And so it's very consistent year round. This view is towards the eastern boundary of the property, east central area. You can see there's existing roads, existing single phase and 3-phase power lines throughout. There are some large, 100 to, 100 to maybe 225 acre cultivated fields, all in dryland hay, again, offering some variability in the shape and the size and the topographic disposition of the lands available on this site. Yeah, get that teed up. So I believe that really kind of characterizes the location, proximity to town. We would like to speak briefly to the proximity to supporting facilities or complementary facilities at the Camplex Multi-Event Center.
Director Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you just getting close to closing the deal, but have you had any discussions with BLM about those pesky 40-acre chunks that are in there?
Mr. Ford.
Mr. Chairman, sir, none, no discussions.
And don't need them.
They're small enough we can shoot over them.
So, Mr. Chairman, I won't say something but anyway, so the question gets back, when you acquired the private property and with that inholding of that state section, did you acquire the grazing lease on that state section associated with the property?
Mr. Director,
Mr.
Mr. Shelton.
Chairman, yes, we did. So that was, our focus was the real property, the mineral rights and the grazing leases as well. And we didn't say it was a deal breaker if we didn't get those, but we were adamant and we actually paid a premium to make sure we had all three. So.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the theme of interacting with the BLM relative to those small parcels, While we have not contacted them, we've planted the seeds for discussion through our director of the WCCA to provide introduction and some guidance for that next conversation with Office of State Lands and Investments relative to the 3 separate state parcels that are there. A full section of 640, a quarter section, and an additional 40 for 800 total.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, we're just gonna pull up a video of flying. We're gonna pick up about right where the mouse is. And the video obviously is trying to go through cyberspace and it's not as smooth as it is on my screen, but this one's pretty straight and steady. And so we'll just see that as we fly by Camplex and then what will become a new road out to the Pronghorn Industrial Park. And then what then can develop into the Spaeth Ranch.
And is the county building that road or the city or the state or who's building that road extension?
Mr. Chairman, yes, all of those. This is a county project. The county provided initial matching for a Wyoming Business Council grant. Business Council or EDA first?
EDA first.
I withdraw that. So the county provided matching to a federal EDA grant that paid for all of the infrastructure, roads, power, fiber, electric service, not sewer. We were able to successfully get an additional Wyoming Business Council grant that is paying for the wastewater sewer connection that's there. And all of those together, county, state, and federal dollars to the tune of just over $6 million total to build out about a 1.5 mile extension of all of that infrastructure and utilities. We do have a pre-annexation agreement with the city of Gillette that as soon as that project is complete, that the city will undertake efforts to annex the Box Elder extension as well as the Pronghorn Industrial Park, and they will continue to provide all the utility services.
Thank you. Good, Mr. Olson with your video.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I could just add one more thing with the development of the Pronghorn Park. I just think it is important to note that sometimes you can get a little bit over the tip of your skis sometimes, and you can develop a park and you can put in the roads and everything within the park and really limit yourselves in what you can do. Just want to reiterate, we are bringing all these utilities right up to the boundary. So we have a total amount of acreage of that parcel for whomever wants to come in, and hopefully it's a race to be in first, especially to be adjacent to a world-class shooting facility. So.
Continue, please.
So this is, Mr. Chairman, this is Box Elder Road heading east. This is actually just about travel speed, legal speed, traveling down that road. It's about 2 or 3 minutes to gas stations, convenience stores, less than 5 minutes to restaurants and hotels. The Camplex facility on our left, and we've got lots of additional video there, but on the left side is 1,800 camper spots that are there. Not all full service, but all with electricity, most with water, many with high amperage water and sewer to those campsites. To the left of screen there is the Campbell County Equestrian Facility.
Where the pavement will, Red Road will be paved.
Correct. So the Scoria Road that goes out into the distance will be the paved extension of Box Elder. We've got equestrian facilities there on site, arenas, dressage, jumping, as well as some range riding, I think, with some obstacles that are there. To the right is a 4-H complex, corrals and barn for kids in town that are with livestock projects. To the left of screen now is the hobby RC and drone airport that's there. Right of screen, Gillette College Rodeo Barn. I think we'll get to see here in a minute off to the left. There is a motocross track. There is a racetrack, stock car racetrack again, which all provide on the downhill side, plenty of buffer, hundreds of acres of buffer on the north side. As you heard this morning, similar to here in the Casper proposal, there's plenty of noise in the neighborhood. We will not be changing the character of the area by having a shooting park here. This looks to the south and to the east and shows the, you got me lost. There's the motocross track. We're spinning around and back towards the Camplex facilities. And just to reiterate, you know, we really think that there is tremendous value to the state, to the stakeholders, co-locating next to the Camplex multi-events facility. As I mentioned, over $250 million of infrastructure and facility there, 365,000 square feet of structures. There's already 525 event days per year and 150,000 annual attendees at that site.
Soon to have 65,000.
Yeah, soon to have 65,000 more on site with the International Pathfinders Camporee. We've got a proven record under our joint powers agreement structure at those facilities with the management, operations, and support to handle those kinds of events. And with that, if there's not any questions, we can move on to the next section.
Okay. Please continue. Question? Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of follow up, you mentioned the Camplex, Mr. Ford, and there's a subsidy. We've talked about that earlier with the previous presentation. Could you kind of talk about there's the subsidy, but there's the economic impact, dollar for dollar or $1 subsidy for $10 economic impact, but you've built on to that Camplex. And so how, I guess my question is, how has that functioned over the years and the funding to build on to that? I think it's the Heritage Hall and components like that. Just
Mr.
that
Ford.
makes sense.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Goldberg, the funding for the Camplex site has been a 44-year venture for our community. And what I can say is that every year it gets a little bigger and it gets a little better, and we continue to support it, knowing that it costs us some tax dollars and it gives us back much, much more than we put into it. You know, I would challenge the characterization about, you know, rocky relationship with the city relative to our joint powers board. It doesn't mean that we always agree on everything. It doesn't mean that we don't have serious, energetic conversations about funding, but we've always funded that facility. We're going to continue to fund that facility. And we see that the shooting sports complex would be not only a physical extension, an extension of that service model, but to buoy the value proposition for our local citizens, for those in our region, those in the state, and for national and international competitions. We're already doing all those things, and we find reasons to support it every year. Now, we're greatly blessed in Campbell County, and even though Cole's off a little, last year, we still had our third highest assessed valuation in history. Okay. I had an old fellow tell me one time that the economy in Campbell County is either really good or great. And right now it's still really, really good. And it's going to continue to be that way. We have the ability to support a facility like the State Shooting Complex.
Representative Botman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Mr. Ford, thanks for being here today. What I was wondering is two questions, just mostly for clarification. Number one, it looks as though the city itself and the county are all in agreement that this would be a good thing for the community. Is there an economic development association or board? And also, which way can it be determined right now? Is it flexible, or which way would the long range shooting go? Would it go north to south, east to west, south to north, or what? So, thank you.
Ward.
So, Mr. Chair, so relative to the economic development entities, so we have here with us today three of our economic development entities. We have Mr. Rusty Bell with the Office of Economic Transformation. Jessica Cedars, with our, Visitors and Tourism Bureau, and our Downtown Business Group, and also, Mike Schober with Energy Capital Economic Development. They are partners in and around every project in Gillette and Campbell County. They will be project partners here as well. And they'll be joining us here at the presentation table soon. So if we could defer part of that conversation relative to the orientation of the development of the shooting park. I'm gonna let, yeah, I would say that there's plenty of room to design it the way it needs to be designed. I don't know who's gonna make that decision, but we're gonna find the right contractor, the right engineering firm to do that for us. We're confident that there's plenty of room, that there's plenty of topography, enough variability in the lay of the land to do it the right way.
Okay, please continue.
Sure.
Mr. Mess.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I decided to go ahead and interject. And it's only to piggyback on what you said. So talk about all your successes, what you've done well in the past, things that are going well in the community. So one of the things that kind of surprised me because of that was the governance structure of turning it over to a state agency and why that's the recommendation versus managing it like you are all these other successes.
Mr. Ford.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Shellstad.
If I could, Mr. Chairman. So when we originally started talking about this as our group, this was even before we decided to buy this property. And to go back to Mr. Kolb's original comment, our intent originally was to buy this for the shooting complex, fully knowing that we had other things that we could use it for if we didn't get the shooting complex. So going back to that, we sat back and said, okay, you know, how do we want to govern this? Because the RFP was so open-ended, which I stated earlier to a couple of you, I really liked because that helped us build a vision. Without knowing exactly what we were going to be building to a T, it's really hard to put a business plan together, and it's really hard to say how we govern this. I think that we do know that we want to do this with the Joint Powers Board, with stakeholders involved in that Joint Powers Board. And then we want to build business plan number one. And how are we going to do this with the governance? Our original talks have been that Campbell County creates a group, another entity, that we hire an executive director for and the staffing that we need. The funding would be between the directors. We're fully willing, knowing that we really want this, we may have to fund it. Right? We get that. But I think there's some room to talk and to negotiate what you all think is appropriate, matched up with what we think is appropriate, so that we can really get it drilled down to what it needs to be. Because an open-ended RFP makes it really difficult to really drill down on all those things specifically. But we want to have input from everybody, you know, because that's the only way that the succession plan of this 30, 40, 50 years really works, in my opinion.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Ford, you want to continue?
Mr. Chairman, we're going to ask Mr. Rusty Bell and Jessica Cedars up front for presenting on the next section, accommodations of services and the draw.
Welcome. Please state your names into the microphone for the record, and then we'll continue.
Jessica Cedars.
Rusty Bell, Office of Economic Transformation.
Okay, so we're going to talk next about food and lodging. We know that was an area that you probably had some questions about according to the scores. So in our proposal, we shared with you the number of restaurants and coffee shops at 102. We also included some food trucks, the hotels, the number, and then the number of rooms, campgrounds, both private and public at the Camplex, and the number of spaces. Were there any questions about this particular portion? Okay, and accessibility to accommodations. We also included the miles from the site to the hotels So from the site to the hotels, and there's 23 that are within 6 miles. And then there are 2 within 40, with 2 more online coming in Upton and Moorcroft. And then 1 in Wright. And then restaurants within 6 miles are 96 restaurants. And then the airport is within 10. And that's one of the great things about Gillette and Campbell County is everything is pretty quick to get everywhere. It doesn't take very long to reach whichever side of town you want to go to. And as far as our hotels go, our capacity is right about 50% year round. So we do have room to have more visitors come to town and still meet the needs because we do have some long-term guests for our energy industry. So even with our visitation and long-term, we're still at about 50%. And the ADR year round is around $90. And we also had some numbers for May of 23 through April of 24. We had 621,000 visitors. We had 1.4 million nights. And our average spend during that time was $273 for our visitors. Next slide. And I'm going to let Rusty talk about workforce.
Great. Thanks, Jessica. Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. So we have Campbell County Economic Development and Diversification in one slide. This is probably the last time you'll ever see anything like that. So we take things out of the ground and we get severance tax off of that, and then we distribute that amongst ourselves and the state. But what this shows is, what this slide shows really is where we've come, and you guys are probably well familiar what happened from 2011 to 2021. We had coal bed methane that stopped and certainly declined. We also had 2016 when on March 31st, we laid off 600 people in one day and 1,000 in 3 months. And so if you look at those numbers, it might look like we haven't grown, but since 2021, we've actually gained those 4,000 to 5,000 people back. And so actually Campbell County is doing quite well. We could, just like the rest of the state, we could use some more housing. Unemployment is low, like most of the state. A couple of things that are exciting that have happened. Gillette Community College was voted as the new community college district, expected to be fully accredited by fall of 2025. That's exciting. We'll be making our own decisions fully on what classes, what programs we continue to have in the future. Gillette College continues to train our workforce in Campbell County and the rest of the state and the region, especially for mining operations and MSHA. We have the largest and most adaptive virtual reality lab in the region. People from all over the place come. In fact, most of the folks from DEQ, I think I see right across from my office in there doing their MSHA refreshers. So I'm certain you have some more economic development questions for me than just what this workforce slide has.
Mr. Bell, I think many of us remember during some of your downturns where restaurants closed off whole sections of the seating because they didn't have enough staff, and a lot of people went to work for the Wyoming Department of Corrections, and not pleasant times in coal country. I can't help but think that something like that, if it were to occur again, would have a negative impact on hotel motel industry, as well as its capacity and ability to deal with a seasonal kind of facility such as the shooting complex. Could you comment?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, so that question is, what happens if we have another downturn? Well, working really hard to make sure that doesn't happen, but I will give you a little bit of perspective on some of the things, and Commissioner Ford talked about this a little bit ago. Our assessed valuation currently is very interesting. We're almost 50% coal and 50% oil and gas when you look at our top 2 producers. So Campbell County is continuing to produce oil and gas at just a little bit slower than Converse County. So we're doing really well in that. So you might say we're a little bit diversified. However, it's still minerals, and I get that. In 2016, we had an assessed valuation of 3.2 billion. And certainly nobody felt sorry for us. I know that. I was the chairman of the commission. So, interestingly enough, right now with the assessed valuation that it is right now, you could get rid of all the coal in Campbell County and we would have an assessed valuation of almost $3.1 billion. That's with oil and gas and some of the other, the industrial things. So it has changed quite a bit in the last 6 to 8 years, certainly. But some of the things that we have going on in Campbell County that may or may not be, depending on how much you keep up on things, are happening. We have what's happening at the Integrated Test Center and carbon capture and carbon safe and the CO2 pipeline that runs through Campbell County. We have the Wyoming Innovation Center where we're scaling up carbon products. We have green gas companies that are doing projects in Campbell County. We have multiple DOE projects with Bright Loop technology for not only hydrogen, but ammonia production. We have coal companies now at the table working with economic development, my office, Mike's office, and us working together with the Business Council to try to reuse and repurpose and co-use areas. I think you heard him talk a little bit about the Coal Creek rezoning and infrastructure that we did earlier this year. Some of these things are monumental and haven't been tried anywhere else. And we're working on that, and we have everything. We have good partners at the table for the first time ever. And we are certainly working hard on making sure that, Mr. Chairman, what you just asked about does not happen. I know that might not answer your question the best that I can, but we have a lot of irons in the fire.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I put a little bit of a fine point on this? Having the opportunity over the years to sit on the appropriations and the capital finance for the state of Wyoming, we've been repeatedly advised by our budget and fiscal people that we have the most volatile stream of revenue in the history of the state of Wyoming, which, by the way, a lot of that comes out of your county with oil and gas, coal. So you're very aware of that. So it's just, how would you, in a scenario, knowing that county already does this, the state does it, how do you see this integrating, knowing that into a budgetary process for the long-term viability of having the financial resources to run this facility year after year after year? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, great question. I think that the way I answer that is a lot of this happens through partnerships, and being a county commissioner for 8 years and going around the state, we actually got a lot of credit for working well with the city and other entities. And I think that Campbell County's always been open to that. And I think that as these things move into an unknown future where we know that thermal coal is predicted to decline over the next 10 to 15 years, I think that we're all in an interesting place where we have to start, we have to start thinking about that. But I also think that what Commissioner Ford said was it's either really good or great. I think we're in a really good position being proactive in the things that we're doing, economic development wise, working with our partners, that being industry, to develop new things. Now it might not, and this is going to maybe Senator Hicks fall on you guys a little bit, but you being legislature, certainly economic development folks can't just recruit things that take things out of the ground because it pays taxes. We have to be open to everything from data centers to other kinds of energy to rare earth elements and critical minerals to advanced nuclear microreactor supply chains. I mean, all of those things are happening. Gun manufacturing, those things are happening in Campbell County. Those supply chains are happening.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me see if I can throw my friend a lifeline here. So you were past county commissioner. What did you guys maintain in reserves to be able to operate the standard expenses of the county? And knowing that we've looked at projections, this may be a 1.2 million to a $2.5 million endeavor. So how do you ensure that those funds are available?
Sure.
I mean, so you know where I'm going.
Okay, okay, yeah. So how do you get budgets down to be able to make sure that you do that? I think you prioritize in services, and certainly in Campbell County, we went from a $6.2 billion budget to 3.2 billion in 2 years. It was not easy. But I think Campbell County has reserves built up. There's significant investment that comes back to the county, not quite like the state, but we do have some reserves. We have maintenance funds on facilities. I think those are important to set up with this. I think that you have to work with your partners when things start to, if they look like they're going to go down in the next few years, you got to reach out to the community. You have to, we have some really good people sitting behind us that raise a lot of money through Wyoming Sportsman's Group that have and are stepping up to the plate on this. I think that you work with your partners, you work with the state, you work with the city, you work with everybody to make sure things happen. You have to provide, when it comes down and when it gets really bad, you have to, obviously emergency services are funded, but you go through your county services that you're providing. And even when we had to make a lot of cuts in 2016, we still funded Camplex. It's
So,
that
Mr.
big of a deal.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
Mr.
what would
Co-Chair.
be the appropriate level of reserves that you would want to keep or to build up associated with this facility under a joint powers board scenario?
Mr. Bell? Mr. Ford?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, it's a fair question. It's a tough one. We're envisioning a $20 million facility initially, right? 10 of ours, 10 of the states, to just what we've heard from other operators and based upon the staffing requirements for something like this, we think 1.2 to 1.5 million a year minimum. In operational costs. We believe that outside events, even in a model where we have a lower cost type of structure for local or state users, the hometown folks, try to make the money on the outside projects. We think it's probably easy $1 million a year to operate that. And it makes a lot of sense to think about a 15 or 20% reserve fund for that. If I may, and just speak towards the county's overall strategy where that's concerned, we have, Madam Clerk could tell us exactly, but I believe around $330 million reserves invested in multiple accounts. Many of them are capital facilities maintenance. Just this year, we allocated an additional $5,000 to facilities maintenance fund for the Camplex. And that's on, I'm sorry. And that's on, a $250 million capital investment or infrastructure costs there. So that 15 to 20% is something that's reasonable. We have purposely, without needing to, driven our budget down. My current board has been very disciplined in prioritizing statutory required services, public safety, and those things that are extracurricular. This would be one of those. This isn't something that we have to do under state statute, but it's important. We've shown that supporting those quality of life investments is something that we have done. We've got the financial stability in Campbell County to do that. I would say, though, at the risk of drawing some ire, it is difficult to think about a Wyoming state shooting complex without some state of Wyoming support.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, you want to continue? Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Morning there, Rusty, or afternoon now. Well, thanks for the answer about the reserves. We all knew Campbell County had a huge amount of reserves. And it's good stewardship that got you there. But the point would be is you have plenty of money that comes in on interest income to cover such a thing if you needed to. Now, the 10 and 10 that was mentioned, you're not including are you including the 10 million for the property acquisition? Or is that 10 million on top? Some of these can get conflated here. So if you could please elaborate, thank you.
Nice try. 10 million for the property acquisition.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cole, I'm glad you were asking Commissioner Ford that question.
So, any more discussions on this item? Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Bell, I'm curious, if you would touch just briefly on the ballot initiative that you have this fall for $208 million for the Camplex and how you see that to be complementary to this, if this was selected to be in Campbell County.
Sure, I'll try and certainly Commissioner Ford, who was part of the commission to make sure this is on the ballot. So there is a ballot initiative to expand the Camplex by 208 million, I think is what it is. So that would be some large indoor arenas. I think, I'm certain that there is a 10-year contract for National High School Finals Rodeo if that facility is built. And so that was one of the driving factors behind that facility. There's been a long conversation for the past few decades on why Gillette hasn't just been that home for National High School Finals Rodeo. They made the decision that 2030, I think, that they are going indoors, and that if that facility was built, that we would be that home for at least 10 years. And so, yeah, it won't be Rock Springs. Sorry, Senator Cole, if that's successful, but it will be in the state of Wyoming, which is great. So, yeah, I think we're going to find out what the people want to have in Campbell County. It's going to be on the ballot in November. So,
So I got a question for you, Commissioner Ford. So given the fact that that's the nice National High School Finals Rodeo, shouldn't everybody have to pay for that? Instead of just Campbell County?
Mr.
Just
Chairman,
curious as your thoughts on that.
Senator Hicks, if you can devise a mechanism that would allow us to enforce that, yes.
Okay, all right. So, committee, any more questions on this line of interrogation? So I've got one on the marketing thing. And so, this is a pretty specific a group. And so how do you envision, so there's two key components of this is one is management and the other side is marketing. And so how do you envision that happening within your structure? And have you identified who those individuals or which entity within that joint powers board or one of the partners is going to be to reach out and chase these national events and shooting sports and total archery challenges and all this? And so just a little background on how are you going to market this? Keep in mind for the state of Wyoming.
Mr. Chair. So we will, as the visitor center, will be the marketing agency. We already contract with Madden Marketing as our marketing agency. And in your bag that you have under your name tags, there are examples of marketing, including an insert that we created specifically for Camp-Free that's coming up in August. So that's a good example, I think, of how we can frame marketing specific to a facility. We also do sales for Camplex, even though Camplex has their own sales staff. We also do sales for them at different small market meetings, which is exactly where we found Camp-Free years ago. So that would continue just as we do it now. And it's all partnerships. We work with Camplex. We get leads, which is how Camp-Free worked. We met them at Small Market Meetings Conference, provided the information. We are the ones that facilitated the site visits and structured all of those for many months until they made the decision in 21 to move that event from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, where it had been for the last 20 years, to Campbell County, where it will be based out on Camplex property, but also will use every camp space available in town and hotel Airbnbs. And we've even worked, again, another partnership example is with the city, who is changing some zoning for us for those 2 weeks to allow for additional RV and camper rentals at homes. So that's our commitment to the project, is that we would be the lead and work with whomever we would need to as far as state goes, because we've done that with Camp-Free as well. The Camp-Free isn't just for Campbell County, it's for the whole state, just like the shooting complex is going to be. We're going to have 65,000 people here from 105 countries that are going to be on site for 7 full days. there'll be 10,000 come in before that for setup and thousands will stay after that for tear down. So, you know, when you talked about and we saw the scoring for, again, the hotels and the restaurants, we're about to put it to test ×3 in August. So you'll see soon, and we're committed to that. Our office from the Visitors Bureau has committed to get the word out to all of our restaurants, work very closely with the event facilitators to make sure that everyone's aware that this event is coming and how to prepare. We've done the same with other communities in Wyoming. I gave a presentation not long ago to the Downtown Sheridan Association to make sure that they're marketing and they're notifying their businesses, because everybody's got to get them off the interstate and get them into their town, because they're going to spend money, but they're not going to know we're there if we don't tell them. And so that's what we do. That's marketing.
So it's specific, again, that's a good example, but this is a very specific market. And how do you even know if you don't know who your customers are, how are you going to reach them? And so my point being is you just intend to hire a marketing firm, or you're going to hire, I see you got a friend back here that wants to jump in on this. I kind of thought maybe that had happened. So go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, so it's really simple for my world. You want to be a relevant shooting competition or shooting complex, you need to be at SHOT Show every year. You got to be at Dallas Safari Club, and you got to be at Safari Club International. I go to SHOT Show every year. I see anybody that becomes relevant in the shooting industry with real nice size state shooting complexes that allow you to have handguns, mid-range, AR, shoot and move courses and long range stuff. You got to go to SHOT Show. That is one way to market yourself to everybody in the industry, talking about military, law enforcement, private sector, and big competition people.
So the natural follow-up is that, what about manufacturers? Same SHOT Show or?
Same SHOT Show.
And how do you target those folks?
So you go down there and you set up a booth. And you invite people like the governor down there, and you invite people that are actually going to help you get recognition, right? You put cowboy hats on everybody because we're Wyoming, right? You got to find a way to stand out from everybody else. You take a lot of pictures, show some video footage of drone shots and stuff. It's pretty simple to do, right? And the people that are relevant do it every single year, because one year you might be more successful than the next. But if you take a 5-year snapshot, with my business over 5 years, I realized, wow, my investment was absolutely worth it. Maybe one year it wasn't, but I realized after 5 years it was well worth it.
Thank you very much. Further? Okay, continue with your presentation, Mr. Bell.
I thought it was all one slide.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I have anything else unless you guys have questions about the future of Campbell County, which is extremely brighter than maybe some think. I'm very bullish on it.
All right, so who's up? Mr. Olson?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, just following the rubric again, we're just going to get into some slides here, emergency services and some transportation accessibility. These aren't directly under my purview, but we do have certainly great emergency services. We've got an excellent CEO at the hospital, Matt Shahan. And our proximity of where we're wanting to site this facility is far enough away that we've talked about noise. I think we can really address the buffering issues, but it's close enough that our response times will be very rapid. When we do have large events like Camporee, National High School Finals Rodeo, we've got a fire station, which is just adjacent to the complex, and the fire station will actually staff that. And so their response times, they have fire and fire-based EMS services that can be provided. So again, God forbid something happens, heart attack or some other accident at this facility, and we've got very rapid response times. And then all of that can be then fed to our hospital, which is certified as an area trauma hospital by the state of Wyoming. 90-bed acute care. We have the Flight for Life. We're Billings, Denver, Casper. We've got all those taken care of if it's elevated to a certain level that we can't handle. We've got some urgent care facilities for walk-ins that are one at the hospital in particular. And then obviously we have a sheriff, he's elected, and we have a great police department. And so just kind of, like I said, touching on the rubric, emergency services, any questions regarding that?
Anything on the EMS? Senator Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Flight time to a level 1 facility? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Olson?
can we get that to you tomorrow? I can get a hold of the CO and we can find that out, but unless. Yeah, we do have, Mr. Chairman, we do have fixed wing and rotary flights. And so certainly if you go with a fixed wing, you're, 45 minutes down to Denver. Yeah.
Please continue.
Okay. I'm going to move on from emergency services, Mr. Chairman, and so I'll go into transportation accessibility. We do have our regional airport, Northwest Regional Airport, 10 miles, about 15 minutes from the complex. 2 flights per day, 50 seats per flight, so we have 100 seat capacity a day to fly out and also fly in through commercial. We do have a fixed base operator for private flights. They can deplane an aircraft as large as a 737. Mr. Chairman, just gonna ask a question to Jessica or Ms. Cedars. Is there 737 coming in for Camp Ree that we know of? Several, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, yes, there is. And that has been something that Camp Ree and our local airport have worked together to get extra flights in. And many of those are going to be private flights, including a 737, and they're looking at a 777 as well.
Thank you. We do have other airports that are relatively close. Obviously Casper Natrona International Airport. We've got the Rapid City Regional, Billings Logan. Rental car availability at the airport. 60 vehicles usually always in the lot per day. Larger events. It's not uncommon for our director at the airport, Todd Chatfield, to work with Avis, Hertz, and Enterprise and just get an influx of additional vehicles in as needed. Got a lot of what we see in other communities. We've got some cab companies, Uber and Lyft. And I think there's one more slide here. Year-round site accessibility, what we're kind of saying in regards to that, and again, this is under the transportation accessibility. Once the Pronghorn Road is constructed, the Box Elder extension, pretty much all the roads to get out at least to that point will be paved, will be a county maintained, state maintained, federally maintained, well, state maintained, city maintained in terms of maintenance, plowing, etc. Then what happens if we are successful in getting this, and then as those roads get developed into the park, that would fall under, I guess, the purview of however we want the governance to work on this, and if it's one of the if it's a county or the city that actually takes that over and assists with that. So yeah, distance from some major intersections, I-90 or 2 miles. I think we hit on these before. Highway 59 a mile, State Highway 51 a mile.
Senator Cole?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. A quick question, is this the county or city? I'm hearing it's commingled, so could you explain where they begin and end, or maybe they're going to annex? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Mr. Rolls?
Mr. Chairman, excellent question. We do have a great working relationship with the city. I don't want to elaborate more on some of the in the past, but certainly at a staff level, we have MOUs in place on who maintains what. Obviously, this development is going to occur first out in the county. There are talks, as was mentioned previously, about as the park is developed, it'll reside with the county at first, but then I think as that infrastructure is in and starts getting hooked up to whomever starts moving out there, that will initiate an annexation process just for that park, just for the industrial park. the county owning the Spaith Ranch, I'm pretty confident in saying that that would just remain with the county. And there wouldn't necessarily be an annexation that the city would be interested in or the county. So that would remain county, but good relationship with the entities in our MOUs with our shared roads and yeah. Yep. Mhm.
We've got about 35 minutes left, just for a heads up of where we're at. Ms. Rolson, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to actually kick this over to the draw, and some of us were chuckling. Was there a pun intended with this? Draw? No, just kidding. But I'm going to pass this along to Ms. Cedars.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about first where we are and then what we have. So where we are is on the black to yellow route. So back in the early 1900s, when the Model T Ford rolled out, they were looking at a way to get people from Chicago to Yellowstone. And that's really where the black to yellow route came from. So this route has been used since the early 1900s. It is the term that's used by the Wyoming Office of Tourism to describe our placement from Yellowstone to the Black Hills. So we use that, and really we use it as the term to say that we're home base. We're home base between those two locations. And I think that maybe your question was in the scoring on this part, the draw, what do we have in our community to keep people and to keep them overnight? And that's our whole job of the Visitors Bureau, is to keep people overnight. And we do that by many of our different attractions. And those are listed for you there. The golf courses, we have 2. The rec center, 990,000 square foot facility, only 6 miles from the facility, the shooting complex. It has a 42-foot climbing wall, basketball, racquetball, pools, track, weights. The Energy Capital Sports Complex, which you saw earlier, it does have the 4 softball fields, the clover fields. It has 3 flat fields, which are multi-sport, can be used for soccer, rugby, all sorts, and even the one from Harry Potter, Quidditch. Yes. It does have the splash park that they had to expand after the first year because it was so popular, and an ADA playground, as well as 2 concession stands. So there are many state tournaments that are hosted at the Energy Capital Sports Complex. There's Dolby Memorial Park, that's 3 miles from the shooting complex. Ava Art Center, 5 miles from the shooting complex. Our museum, Frontier Auto Museum, which is much more than cars. And if you've not been to town or stopped at that museum, you need to do that. Only 4 miles. Rockpile Museum is our county history museum. It is not about rocks. And so again, a great way to learn about Campbell County and its history. Wright Centennial Museum, 38 miles from the shooting complex. And next slide. The coal mine tours. So these are ran out of our office. Those run through Memorial Day through Labor Day. We had over 1,300 tours in 2023. It's a huge draw for people. And if we could run them through the winter, we absolutely could fill the bus. Durham Buffalo Ranch tours, we take those reservations also through our office. They do drive themselves down. That's 33 miles from the shooting complex site. And we did 700 tours down to Durham Buffalo Ranch last year. Kehoe State Park is 36 miles away. Devil's Tower National Monument, 65 miles. Bighorn Mountains, 81 miles. The Black Hills are 90 miles. Custer Battlefield, 129. We have a lot of local seasonal events that happen, including the Donka Creek Festival that was just last weekend. Downtown Thursday nights, that's a 6-week concert series that happens downtown. It's a partnership between Gillette Main Street and Campbell County Chamber of Commerce, goodness. And Tuesdays in the Gardens, which is also a 7-week concert series this year. Gillette Main Street has over 30 events and promotions a year. We maintain a very low vacancy rate. It's at about 4% versus 20%, which is the national average. So showing that we have a vibrant and lively downtown says a lot about our community. And I think back to your questions before about what happens when the minerals decrease. We've had that happen, but it hasn't affected overall. Our community continues to rise, and downtown is no exception. And that's really how we should judge communities. And ours is very vibrant. And then we talked a little bit earlier about the marketing, but there's a downtown guide that's created specifically for it that lists all of these different attractions and things to do. So I would love to answer any questions that you have about activities or tourist activities.
Mr. Chairman, I had just wanted to add one thing to that.
Mr. Bell?
I think we have the highest population of pronghorn antelope in Wyoming. Brings a lot of people to town. We don't. We don't. We have a lot of antelope in Campbell County and an ever expanding elk herd.
I hope you all appreciate how the co-chairman managed to get you all to stay one more night in Casper. All right, anything from the committee? Oh, Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just maybe a bit unrelated to what we just talked about, but your volunteer workforce, folks, people that would volunteer, I mean, your community is pretty good, pretty high paying jobs up there. And this is the viability of getting a lot of volunteers and to help out with this situation. And then a comment about your Devil's Tower picture. Very interesting Photoshop job because it's an impossibility to photograph the Milky Way on top of Devil's Tower. I'm an astrophotographer, so I did find it an interesting photo. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bell.
Okay, so I didn't even know that. I think Senator Kolb, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, I had no clue on the Devil's Tower thing there. But as far as our volunteer workforce that we have, we seem to have a lot of volunteers when we host the National High School Finals Rodeo. I mean, we have hundreds and hundreds of people that actually volunteer for that event, and it just doesn't seem like. I think we have a really can-do attitude in Campbell County. The people are amazing, and I mean that's probably the best thing we have in Campbell County is the people and what they give back. I don't know how else I can answer that.
Mr. Olson, something to add to it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to add on to that, one of my job duties is I oversee our landfill in Campbell County and work a lot with a community group called Just Serve. Helps us with litter control, but they're faith-based, but they just reach out through all the churches and just put volunteers together. I mean, they're just well-oiled at doing that. We also have an outstanding senior center that I think really in combination with the rec center, keeps a lot of our seniors active and wanting to be out and doing things and good venues to market that and get the volunteers out. So,
Mr. Chair, just to add to that, so an example again, during Camp Re, Just Serve was able to work with that organization and we'll have 10,000 community service hours happen in 4 days in Campbell County.
Very good.
You had a question?
Question from Mr. Goldman?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ford, forgive me, I keep thinking about the governance part, so I don't know if this is the time or just dive in. So we came into today's meeting with the RFP response and correct me if I'm wrong, but basically said county provides the $10 million for the land, we'll own the land, and then the appropriate state agency will operate it. But we've talked about marketing and SHOT Show and different types of governance and joint powers board, like where do we stand? And maybe this is a question for tomorrow's follow-up, but there's still kind of that lingering question about the governance and operation and maintenance of this.
How do you see the governance at this point, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the governance is, I mean, that is really the key question, right? We've heard that today. We're going to hear more this afternoon. Microphone. Got it. Sorry. The governance is something that all I can say is that we're prepared to find the right way for the state. This is a Wyoming state shooting complex. I'm just going to say it's not up to us. We may not know the right way. This task force, the legislature, the stakeholders in other communities, outside users, we've got to tap into the wants and needs and expertise of all those. I'll just be honest and say we don't know. but we'll find the right way with the partners at the right place. We feel like we've got the right place. And it would just not be true if we told you we had a cure for the governance part. We've had a good, long, successful run with a big joint powers board that handles a lot of money and has done a lot of things that frankly are manyfold larger than what this complex is, state shooting complex is going to be. That's all I can say unless Chairman Shellstad has a follow-up.
Chairman Shellstad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's an interesting concept, right? So early on, one of the things I brought up was we do have a model right now in the state with state agencies working with counties, and that's the UW Ag Extension Program, right? That's a model. It's basically MOUs from the state with the county extension programs. I don't think that's as clean as we'd like to see it. I think an Joint Powers Board works so much better. You bring the stakeholders in, you decide how you want to operate it, how it's going to be funded, and you trudge forward. I think if you could get inside our heads and we can get in your heads in one day, we could get this figured out pretty easily.
Oh, you'd be scared to death.
You would probably be more scared. So, but you know, it's one of those things that I think the most important thing that we wanted to state today was we're flexible with this. We've got some ideas, but we think that we really need to have some real drilled down discussions on what that needs to look like. But I think the Joint Powers Board from our standpoint is probably the cleanest way to go.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, so, you know, I'm not gonna argue one way or another on that. What it really comes down to is financial obligations. You know, to the proposal you submitted, and you guys have also run some numbers, maybe $1.2 million a year operational expenses, and under your current proposal, the state would assume 100% of that responsibility, other than some parks and rec stuff. And so I guess getting back to what we're looking for is the governance structure is important. Work Powers Board's obviously an option, but with that, it also has to be, we have to understand that you guys are receptive to having discussion about ponying up for the long-term annual O&M on this thing is going to be more expensive than the original property. It just, you get out 50 years and you look at that. The biggest expense going forward is not the capital construction and land acquisition. It's the annual operation and maintenance. And so the question is are you guys willing to have a conversation about contributing part of the annual cost to the O&M?
Mr. Shellstad.
So, Mr. Chair, so I think the real answer to that is put together a maintenance investment account. We've done that for many facilities in Gillette, and I think, you know, basically that started, if I remember right, with the building the first college buildings. The state statute required that you took 15% of the value of the property and put that into a maintenance investment account that's earmarked specifically for maintenance. And if you started out that way, then it can fund itself. Basically, you could do most of the maintenance with the interest that it garners every year. I know our Gillette College is doing that exact same thing right now. And I think that's something that the joint powers, before you even form it, you say, this is one thing we need to do. In my opinion, you take the operating expense time 5 years, and that's what you need to use to start it.
So, and I agree with the sinking fund for the maintenance, but the single biggest cost is people to run the facility. That's the single biggest cost. And so that's what we need to see is if there's the discussion to be had with you guys, as far as assuming some of that financial responsibility. I see a lot of head shaking, so all right.
Yeah,
I do
think
have
we're
two more-
nodding, not.
Nodding off.
Mr.
So-
Ford,
Two more questions.
so let's get a response first. Was that a nod or a shake?
That was nodding off.
Yeah, I think you're correct. Nomenclature is everything. So two more questions that are pretty important, and you highlighted this new camporee. And then with the National High School long-term commitments to potentially both of these organizations. When you talk about filling up and hiring extra planes and all that stuff, that just blocks out a whole week that you can't run a large shooting competition. And so how many weeks are now between National High School Rodeo and Camporee that who have we now taken off the calendar for these type of events to occur where we may want to bring in 400 shooters and their families and stuff. And so those are logistical things. I know we've got a phone a friend back here waving at me, so come on up. And then we get the really tough questions.
Sure.
Mr. Ford, you want to
Yeah,
start?
Mr. Chair, just a quick comment on that topic. So National High School Finals Rodeo, about 10 days to catch the front end and the back end of that. You know, that's 12 to 15,000 people. What a great problem to have if we had that every year. We'll figure that out. That would be a week to 10 days a year that Gillette would be pretty full. The Camporee event, we have that contracted for 2 cycles on 5-year increments. So that's, it's an issue. It is again about a week to 10 days, but it's 2 times that we know of should we ever want to do it again.
So
You have anything that you want to add?
just so I'm clear. So is that on a 5-year cycle? So it's once every 5 years the Camporee is going to be in Gillette?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And we've contracted for 2 events.
So now let's talk about the real issue that we're gonna have to come to grapple with. And so, and I don't know that you're aware, but the South Dakota legislature and the governor have appropriated and approved a facility in Rapid City. And so when I look at all those amenities that you talk about, and the interstate highway, the Black Hills and Devil's Tower, airports, Trauma One, all that stuff, accommodations, it's Gillette plus a little bit. And so how do you intend, if this facility was to move forward in Gillette, how are you going to compete with that facility? What's the game changer that you're going to bring to the table and say, we can beat Rapid City and South Dakota? But what is that, gentlemen?
So you, Commissioner Ford, you're looking at me like, answer this tough question. I think it's really simple. I think you got to take the competitive challenge and say, you know what, I know I've been in the shooting business and the shooting competition business. And you say, I'm going to take my team and I'm going to go to SHOT Show every year. And I'm going to say that we've got to develop a competition that happens at our facility every year that we can advertise and market with. And if you do that, then you take a step. If you do that before them, you take a step in front of them. And I'll give you one example. So we have the Wyoming Tactical Rifle Championship every year in Campbell County right now. And I've been the match director for that for 11 years. I think it's been going on 16 years. It's the largest tactical rifle shoot in the state of Wyoming. We have been competing against a shoot that's in Newell, which is most of those people all stay in Rapid City for about the last 5 years. They get about 20 to 30 civilian shooters that come in. We get 60 civilian shoot teams, which was 120 people. Plus we always reserve 10 shoot spots for military teams. And we get Navy SEALs, we get US Marines, and we get Army Special Forces and Ranger groups, at least 5 teams every year. And they have asked us, how do you get the military teams? I said, well, number one, we donate all the proceeds back from this to veterans. Okay. That's not conjecture. That is really what we do. And that's what this shoot was for originally. I mean, you have to think outside the box when it comes to competition against another minded thing or like in kind thing that like this would be. And from experience, we've done that. Newell had said for several years in a row that, touted their numbers. And when I first seen that on a social media post, I was like, we have 3 times that many people coming, right? And we actually have, they've been going for 4 years now. This would be their 5th year. This will be our 16th year. So I think you got to take that challenge and say, we can, I always like to have a challenge against South Dakota.
Mr. Ford, something further?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, just to speak to that question of competition, I think you've got it wrong there. I don't know that we need to outcompete a nearby facility. I think that collaboration is probably better than competition. And again, what a great thing to have potentially two world-class shooting sports facilities really close to each other in a couple of states that are seeing tremendous growth and recognition of Second Amendment rights. And in the heartland of the country, where we have between these two states about 1.5 million people, South Dakota and Wyoming together, that's less than a 0.5% of the total population of the nation. There's plenty of customers to go around. I think initially, yeah, we want to compete hard for those spaces, but ultimately, building out an ecosystem relative to the gun culture, from manufacturing to shooting sports competitions, I would say collaboration is the key.
Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. First, our superior facilities in Wyoming will be a better draw for them. But more important than that is the comment you made about the National High School Farmers Rodeo. Frankly, I think it's probably implausible to believe you're going to keep it past 10 years because someone else will build a facility like you did, right? But with that, wouldn't that help you with your infrastructure because you'd build a bigger business base up? So I just think it has a benefit because it's obviously going to go back to Rock Springs at some time. So when it does, I'm going to have to figure out what to do. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Ford.
Mr. Chairman, was that a sales pitch or a question? So yeah, I would just say that the theme there is we're stretching on this, right? And again, if we're not growing, we should be. And whether it's National High School Finals Rodeo, whether it's this $208 million ballot proposition, it's a stretch, and we figure out, that's what we do in Wyoming, is figure out how to make it work, right? And if we were able to get the National High School Finals Rodeo, the engineering that went into that program and the economic development projections really do indicate economies of scale benefit the overall value proposition, total throughput for the facility versus the taxpayer subsidized cost gets better. So bigger is better, I think, in this case.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Schultz, Mr. Ford, I'm not blinking.
Just Commissioner.
Yeah, well, this one's
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think I know where you're going, and I don't think there's anything left in our proposal or our proposition that is more important than letting the public speak. We've got people that have traveled here specifically to speak. I think we need to end our part and let them speak.
Very good. We have 12 minutes for public comment. If there's no closing comments at the table, anyone in the audience wishing to speak with regards to the Campbell County proposals, please come forward. You want to turn those mics off for me, Mr. Olson, and we can turn them back on when they need them. So please introduce yourselves, keep it brief in case there's others that want to speak, and
Okay.
tell us what you'd like us to hear.
I'm Ken Ford. This is Murphy Love. We are two of the founding, along with Rusty Bell, members of the Wyoming Sportsman's Group. We started 10 years ago, at a time when nothing should have worked in Gillette. And we've become a very successful nonprofit organization. We have a banquet that houses 1,200 people every year. We had 102 corporate sponsors last year. We'll have more next year. And we decided this was an important enough thing for the youth of Campbell County and Northeast Wyoming that we would like to have it somewhere there. So we decided this year that we would propose to give $250,000 this year and continue to support it throughout the years as much as we can to make this thing a real possibility. I was a 4-H shooting sports leader for years, took kids down to the Whittington Center. I'd love to be able to have all those kids come to Gillette and do the same thing. It's a wonderful experience, and I have enough experience with that to know kind of what the facility needs, and we would offer any help we could to help design if you need that as well. We'll do as much and as little as you would like us to.
We had, I don't know if you guys saw the article.
Turn your mic on for us, please.
I don't know if you guys saw the article in Wyoming Wildlife Magazine. They did an article on us. We partner with a lot of projects with the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission. As per our charter, we spend most of our money in northeast Wyoming. We do go branch out to the Bighorn Mountains. We've done several elk studies, collaring, and over on the Newcastle side, we've done some habitat stuff with the Wyoming Fish and Game. And we've done, since we've started, we've spent about $730,000 on various projects. We feel this is a project we would like to support. We cannot promise $250,000 a year because we don't know what our banquet makes, but we fully intend on putting our members and our money towards this shooting facility.
Thank you. It's a very generous gesture. Questions for the Wyoming Sportsman's Group? Thank you both for being here. Thank you for your support. Others wishing to testify, please step forward. Good afternoon, President. Now state your name and tell us what you'd like to say.
Butch Knutson, Campbell County Commissioner. I'd just like to, I didn't know what to expect when I came down here, but after seeing this task force, I gotta say I'm very impressed because I think 12 heads on a decision like this would be phenomenal versus a smaller group. But what I'd like to really say is, you know, we're all here in Wyoming and we're all from a different county and we're all from very proud of what county we live in. And for me, it's Campbell County. And Campbell County's always kind of had a black mark against it, you know, with the rest of the state. Gillette was winning all the basketball and football and everything. And people
You
People-
just had to go there, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Just couldn't leave it alone.
I did, but we solved that problem. We put in a second high school and we're no longer the dominant in the state. And the majority of the people really like that. But Campbell County is you know, when we moved or people were born in Campbell County, they had no idea that all these minerals and things were going to come along. And so they came along whether you was born there or lived there or what. So you had no decision on the royalties. So, but it's plagued Campbell County for years. But if you really look at Campbell County, it's probably the most blessed place on the planet. It's a giver. If you stop and think how many millions or billions of dollars it's put in the state coffer in Cheyenne, how many millions of dollars, hundreds of millions it's been sent to all the schools in the state, you know, and Campbell County really has never asked for anything. And so I'm not asking for you guys to decide this to go to Campbell County. Well, all I'm asking is that leave that black mark aside. And if you think this presentation was good and great, then send it to Campbell County. Campbell County could really use a shot in the arm. It's in a kind of a depressed state right now with a lot of the people because they're worried about their jobs. They're worried about a lot of things that weren't there before, you know? And so it's a great place. And what makes Campbell County, what I think is the best place on the planet is the people. You know, when the high school rodeo comes, people volunteer. When somebody's got cancer, it's unbelievable how the people come out and we take care of people in need. And also we have Women's Resource Center. We have a Yes House. And when they do the fundraisers for these, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that people come out of the woodwork just to be part of the county. So I just would appreciate it if you just leave the black mark from Campbell County aside and give us a fair shake. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else in the audience wishing to testify? State your name for the record and then tell us what you want us to
Thanks,
hear.
sir. My name is Bob Jordan, County Commissioner. Good afternoon. And I don't watch local sports. When I got out of high school, Gillette was 4,000 people and 10,000 transients. I went to work in the oil field like everybody else did. Transitioned over to an energy company, utility company. and worked in the utility industry for 30 years. I've watched the coal come and go. I watched oil come and go. I watched the gas and the methane grow. I come from an ag background, sheep and cattle ranch, so I've seen ups and downs of agriculture. One thing I was excited about is this transition we've all started to recognize. Some of them are going back 5 or 8 years. We're starting to recognize there's a transition in our industry and our community. And I appreciate the comments about how we're going to fund this. That is on everybody's conversation since I became on this board, which it's only been since January. This year, we lowered our budget by 4%. We're continuing to work on our budget and optimize our costs in our county. And there's multiple strategies going on. It's how we fund this, what we're going to do this, how we're going to build this, how we're going to save our population, how we can transition out from coal or to energy. It's very exciting being with this group of people because until January, I really wasn't part of this board. I have worked in the community for the last 5 or 6 years with these people back here, these ladies and gentlemen who are working on a transition in our economy. We're very much aware of it. We're actually aware of a timeline, roughly when it's going to happen. It's very exciting. I'm very encouraged. I don't feel a doomsday world. I see opportunity to transition, not just our community, but how Wyoming also functions. And it's exciting for me. Thank you for your time. And the black and yellow road she talks about runs right in front of our ranch. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? We have about 4 minutes left. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourselves and tell us what you'd like us to hear.
Good afternoon. I'm Nathan McClelland, a member of the Gillette City Council. Mr. Chairman, members of the task force, it's great to be here. Couple things to maybe bring up, and then I'll let our city administrator speak a second. We talked a lot about Campbell County and Gillette getting things done, and the city of Gillette and Campbell County have a history of working together to make things happen in our community. I don't think you can find a community in the state that's more capable of doing that. The things we've built there, Gillette College, a lot of things that we've made happen there. We'll make this happen. We're determined. As a councilman, one of the things I've talked about a lot is kind of building on the great things we have in our community. And you just heard a great presentation by the county and other members of the community about how this fits in with what we've developed and what we've built in Campbell County. I mean, this is just a logical step. This is something that builds upon other things we have out there and really helps diversify Gillette's economy. I think it would be great for our community and for the state. We'll do it well. We do things well in Campbell County. So thank you all for your time. Thanks to the county for putting all this together. They've done a great job. So.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Cole, City Administrator for the City of Gillette. Just want to echo Councilman McClelland's comments on behalf of the Mayor and City Council. We strongly support the shooting complex going to Campbell County. We've been working closely with our county folks as well as all the other delegation that's here this morning. Just as Nathan indicated, we've done a lot of good things together, and we look forward to doing our part as a city in order to make this happen. Thank you.
Question.
Mr. Chairman, real quick, I think we got 1.5 minutes left, but it comes back to the same question to the commissioners. Obviously, the city's going to be a huge beneficiary associated economically with sales and use tax. A lot of those stays right there. So is the city willing to put cash towards the annual operation of the facility? That's
city's willing, and we've talked quite a bit about this. 6 months going in, we had the county take the lead on this from an operations and from a more of a fiscal standpoint. But we're prepared to provide those ancillary services, utilities, emergency services support, from zoning and land use standpoint, whatever is necessary from that, we're willing to do. The state's been very generous to the city of Gillette, and we want to return that favor and provide what we can.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Well, we're at 3:20. That brings us to closing time. That 2 hours goes very fast. It really, really does. It's incredible. We will take a 5-minute break, and thank you all for Campbell County for your tremendous job and all your work you've been putting into this. 5-minute break, and then we'll rejoin. All right. We have a quorum at the dais. Park County, take us away.
Okay. I believe this is on. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Shooting Task Force Committee. My name is Matt Hall. I'm the mayor of City of Cody. And on behalf of Cody and Park County, we just want to thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. Cody, Wyoming has a very rich historical connection to the West, Western heritage, and the Cowboy Way. In fact, you cannot talk about the history or heritage of Cody without talking about William F. Buffalo Bill. Cody was someone who embodied the spirit and independence and entrepreneurialism of the West, and of course, his many exploits with firearms. Along with reenactments, horse artistry, Buffalo Bill's Wild West show featured sharpshooter competitions led by the great Annie Oakley. Bill Cody was first to have known to pass through Park County in the 1870s. He was so impressed with the area's grand scenery, proximity to Yellowstone National Park, and of course, world-class hunting, that he and his associates founded the town in 1901. Since then, we have welcomed millions and millions of visitors to our area who have sought those same aspects and virtues. This Cody culture is embodied in our current and past local residents, including one resident named Bob Egger. Bob was a master trick shooter and sharp marksman born in Cody in the 1930s. He was numerous winner of state fast draw competitions, including the Wyoming State Cup. One of his most popular tricks included using a handheld mirror to shoot backwards over his shoulder. And with the person to his back, he would shoot a playing card, a hat out of their hands, or even a cigar out of their mouth, just like the old Wild West shows. The charm and power of Cody is simple but irresistible. Young people revel in it. Older folks find their way back to rejuvenate in its splendor. It has always been a perfect place to invest in one's youth or later years. And now, a perfect place for our state to invest in and build this amazing shooting complex. And to demonstrate that point, our presentation today will address our 4 main criteria, and we'd be happy to present each section by section and take questions between. And we'll start with our site, our future, the business plan, the accommodations, and the draw. And the folks here today that will help you walk you through this are our team, myself, James Klessens of Forward Cody, Bruce Sowers, of the Buffalo Bill Center of the West and chairman of Forward Cody. Our treasurer, Glenn Ross, will also walk us through the site. Of course, our good county commissioner friend, Lee Livingston, executive director of Park County Travel Council, Ryan Hauk, curator of the Firearms Museum, Danny Michael, and I need my glasses, but IPSC, Julie Golub. And with that, I will turn it over to my good friend and the gentleman really spearheading a lot of our site stuff, Mr. Glenn Ross.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Glenn Ross. And I want to share a little bit about my background and my personal interest in the Wyoming shooting complex. I am retired after a 35-year career in banking, with 30 of those years as a business banker and a bank president in Cody. I continue to enjoy volunteering on community boards, which focus on economic development and improving our quality of living in the Bighorn Basin with the next generations in mind. Currently, I serve as trustee of the Buffalo Bill Center of the West and as a board member and treasurer of Forward Cody. I'm an avid hunter and of big game, and I'm an avid bird hunter. and I've never shot backwards, over my shoulder, or with a mirror. So none of those tricks. I want to begin talking to you about the site. The task force has communicated that the site is of utmost importance. Everything represented by the task force seemed to echo need not apply unless you have a WOW site, which meets the task force criteria. This was not an easy task. How do you find a site that has it all? How do you find a site that is close and accessible to Cody amenities, yet is located in the middle of nowhere? It must be of sufficient 2,000 acre size, readily expandable for future development, buffered from neighbors and development encroachment, and representative of Wyoming's diverse, rugged, and unique beauty. And furthermore, the site must be cost effective so that the majority of the state's initial $10 million investment may be spent building a world-class shooting complex, providing no less than 8 desired shooting disciplines. Fortunately, we have been able to locate what we feel is a fantastic site of already state-owned land, which we feel fits all the task force WOW criteria. So let's take a trip to the site, and you may want to refer to appendixes 9 through 13 as we go through here in your RFP, which collectively depict the maps of travel to the site and the site itself. And so as depicted in Appendix 11, and we have an accompanying video, which will begin at the city limits right here, Cody city limits near our Cody Yellowstone Regional Airport. And we're heading now south towards Meeteetse. We're going to go about 4.5 miles on Highway 120. And now we're turning on to the 2.5 miles of soon-to-be county improved, constructed, and maintained road. And after our 10-minute drive, we arrive at the northeast corner of our site. Next, let's view a video from the site entry to the planned event center. This will be brief also. It's only a half a mile into the site from the entry point. You can catch some of the views there as we enter the property. This would be the event center location on this sagebrush hillside, and you'll see a yellow star depicted there, hopefully at the end of this. Our event center location proposed. So the site is in very close proximity to Cody. Now I'd like to draw your attention to the site map shown in Appendix 13 of our RFP. And this is our site. You can see it. It consists of 2,036 acres of all state-owned land as depicted in blue, but outlined in red. So it's the upper portion, the north side of that blue marked area. It's outlined in red there. The site is close to 2 miles square. It is primarily surrounded by state and BLM lands, which provide wonderful expansion opportunities for the future while avoiding encroaching neighbors and any surrounding developments. The site is flexible, expandable, and well buffered today, and we believe into the future. The site is topographically diverse, lending itself to a visual and physical separation. The topography provides a safe venue for various required shooting disciplines. So on paper, the site itself meets the task force high bar criteria. But there's an added bonus, which will truly help make this site a world-class WOW shooting complex. This site depicts the best of Wyoming. The creeks, cliffs, mountains, valleys, and diverse Wyoming landscape is beautiful. Our pictures and videos will give you a desirable idea, but when one sets foot on the site, the iconic Wyoming landscape and 360-degree scenic mountain views bring it home, so to speak. Venturing to this site is truly a Wyoming wow experience. Next, I'd like to touch on our due diligence of the site utilities, and I'd refer you to pages 23 and 24 of our RFP. I'll just go over this briefly. It details all the planned utilities, their availability, their proximity to the site. Utility costs were incorporated into both the business and the capital expenditure budgets included in the RFP. And we propose Starlink satellite internet service. Starlink has more than suitable upload and download speed for all shooting complex administration and applications. And I'd open it up to any questions so far on the site, and then I'll lead us into ownership and governance structure.
Members,
next.
any questions? Please continue.
Okay. Finally, I'd like to talk about the proposed ownership and governance structure of the state shooting complex proposal. You may want to follow along in the RFP in section 2 on pages 25 through 28. The proposed complex site is entirely state school trust lands and will continue to be owned by the state under our proposal. Our recommendation is to dedicate the entire site as a state recreation area. We propose the complex be managed in cooperation with the Office of State Parks and Cultural Resources and a local joint powers board through a memorandum of understanding agreement. On page 26, we depicted the state's primary role in providing protection and maintenance of the state shooting complex asset. And then a local joint powers board consisting of Park County, City of Cody, and key shooting industry, tourism, and economic development business leaders would administer the complex operations. We believe that buy-in by the local community is a driving factor for future success. The state and the community are best served, we believe, when the local community is completely supportive and fully engaged in making this project a success. Together with the commitment and strong state and local leadership, we believe we can develop a world-class shooting complex. In addition, we propose that a joint powers board form a Wyoming statewide advisory board. The advisory board would take on the role of coordinating state and regional partnerships between shooting events at statewide ranges. The advisory board would cooperatively seek to provide statewide educational and conservation opportunities for Wyoming citizenry, with emphasis upon youth, those new to shooting sports, and to include those interested in other outdoor recreational activities. Those serving on the advisory board would consist of individuals with private sector shooting sports industry expertise, outdoor recreational experts, and public sector state parks and game and fish representatives. We believe a state shooting complex located in Cody will be a rising tide that raises all boats throughout our Wyoming shooting sports communities and statewide economy. So next, I'm going to take you to the conceptual plan, but I wanted to open it up for any questions on the ownership, if there are any at this point. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Yeah, so one question, when I looked at the site, it's all state land, but you have to cross BLM land to get there, and you showed a video of an existing road. So I'm assuming that you already have a right of way across the BLM on that road. Is that correct? I'll let you cover the right of way.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, Lee Livingston, Park County Chairman, our Park County Commissioner. Park County had an easement and the possibility years ago of a county road through there. For whatever reason, they gave that up years ago, but it accesses a bentonite or a gyp mine right now. And we have been in conversation with BLM about reestablishing that right of way and easement as a county road, and they are fully cooperative with moving forward with that.
So follow up, Mr.
Co-Chairman.
So it's obviously existing disturbance site. It's just a matter of going through a decision. Did BLM give you any idea of the time frame for that decision to go ahead and convey that right away to the county for that purpose?
He did, Lee. I got a letter.
Okay, I'll defer back to Glenn.
Yeah, this letter came in late for the BLM, so I didn't have a chance to visit with Lee about this, but we received a letter of support and commitment to collaborate with Park County Commission on the development of the access road to the complex. And they noted that it would be a process of approximately 120 days in their letter, and it's Exhibit 2, or it's Appendix 2, sorry. Appendix 2 is their letter. So that hopefully helps cover some of that question. They've been very supportive in working with us.
No, I just wanted to make sure. So 120 days, if we were to notify you guys could move forward with the BLM even before the money was available through the legislative cycle.
Yeah.
You've done your diligence there, so.
And we would get right on that if we were fortunate enough to continue to advance. We'll be moving that process.
And so-
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Thank you all for coming today. It's good to see you. What I'm wondering is, since it's all state land and state land section, how will that be, how will it pay the state for the state lands? Yeah, because it's for an investment. So how's that going to work?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and we would anticipate paying state fees that would be assessed for our type of operation. And that has been estimated in our budget. There is a grazing lease currently being held on the property. So we would need to pay in addition, we would be looking to continue the grazing lease, to work in cooperation with the leaseholder, and to pay an additional fee. But we believe it would be a reasonable fee based on what we've found out from our state sources, state land and investments.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a question on the water. 10 gallons a minute is what you estimate on here. Is that sufficient? I mean, it seems like you're not certainly going to make fire flows out of that. You're going to have, I mean, there's issues there with flows. I mean, in expanding the area and bathrooms and such. Those new bathrooms are going to pull more than 10 GPM flushing those high volume toilets, certain kinds. So is that enough? Do you have any more plans? I mean, it seems like the water seems to be lacking, as is the internet with Starlink. I think, I mean, maybe that's logistics, but could you please expound on is that Starlink going to be adequate enough? And is that overhead costs are quite a bit higher, hooking up with Starlink. So Starlink, I have a question about, and the water supply I have a question about. Could you please elaborate on those? Thank you,
Mr. Ross. Microphone, please.
I might have muted it. I'm sorry. Maybe you're not. But, Starlink, we believe would be adequate for all applications, according to the research we've performed, and not cost prohibitive. But we would be glad to research that further if there's some more detail on that we need to bring to you in written form. And as far as the water, we believe storage capacity would be an issue that we would have to have out there that would help with the possible lower flow rate that you've noted there. But we believe with the storage capacity being adequate that we could have enough water for the site.
Okay. See no further questions, please continue.
Lost my notes here. Here we go. Let me see the conceptual plan. So next I draw your attention back to the physical site and our conceptual plan, which we've got up there on the screen. It's in Appendix 12 of your RFP also. Our conceptual plan was developed with the help of industry experts like Travis Gibson of MGM Targets, Hayward Cunningham of Promatic, Travis Ishida of National Rifle League NRL Hunter, and national and world pistol shooting champion Julie Golub, who is here with us as a presenter. We brought in experts to better assist us in envisioning how this amazing site might be best utilized. And the conceptual plan gave us the ability to envision possible shooting discipline locations. It helped us accurately estimate costs, and it allowed us to consider the overall complex operations. What became apparent is that everything needed to start at the event center. And the event center is depicted on number 5 on the RFP, and the conceptual plan map indicates a yellow star where the event center would be located. And you can see our access road in the northeast corner of the complex approaching the event center. And I'm going to now turn it over to our Park County Commissioner, Lee Livingston, to talk further about the event center.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Hicks, and members of the task force. I will try to keep this quick. I've sat on that side of the table and know what it feels like. As Glenn said, I'm Park County Commissioner Lee Livingston in my 12th year and only have 18 meetings left, but who's counting? I am also an outfitter. I've been in the outfitting industry for 40 years in the Cody area and also in Alaska. And I would hope that some of my clients would utilize this facility because some of them need it. But as Glenn was talking about the event center, we got the message loud and clear. We're not building this. We're not designing this. We're not going to show you where every light switch and bathroom is going to be. But we needed to come up with kind of an idea what it could be in order to build our business plan around it, make sure it would support it. The event center, we see this as everything starting there. You're going to pull into the center right off of the county maintained road. And that event center, you're going to have all the business functions starting there: reception, retail, administration. We also see in that event center space for indoor shooting range, air rifle, archery, a small bore range. Also, we envision a couple of classrooms in there. Education is a key component of this. We've been in conversation with our 4-H instructor. I've talked to some instructors across the state, both with 4-H and FFA. They're very excited about this facility and being able to bring their students and their shooters here. I've had conversations with Professor Patterson from Northwest College. He's their law enforcement instructor over there. He's excited again about it. I mean, I'm probably going to use the word excited too much, but that's every one of them I talked to. That's what they conveyed, is this would be really cool, really exciting to have in Park County. I visited with their Cody Police Department, our chief. I've had a conversation with our sheriff. I've had a conversation with Highway Patrol. They all envision using this for training. I had a conversation the other evening with Adjutant General Porter. Again, he's one that said he would be excited. He likes the classroom idea, obviously, but he liked the terrain for military training. He thought where we're talking about having this would lend itself well to some of their military training. Other uses of the event center, because of the size, we think it's going to be around 16,000 square feet. We see a commercial kitchen in there, being able to host 500 people inside, outdoor gathering space for event signups, post-event activities, vendor row for competitions. When you bring in a big shoot like this, you're going to have vendors that travel and follow these shoots, and being able to have a place for them to set up and buy a booth, pay for having a space for their for the things they're selling. We see a vendor row. Staging area for the ATVs, where you have ATVs on site to get to the more remote places of the complex. Oh, well, don't want to talk about revenue potential. That's somebody else's. Yes, we do have revenue potential. With this, we see other events coming to this. And if we could build this, it might get some folks off my back about building a Park County Convention Center. So we see this as a possibility to have other events. We have the Winchester Gun Collector show that shows up. We have the Wyoming Outdoorsman Banquet, which is one of the largest banquets there in Park County. And they are capped at space. They don't have enough room. They could have more people show up, but they're capped because we don't have the event space to have that. Firearm company annual retreats. In my industry, I'm close with quite a few folks in the firearm industry, and they like coming to Cody. They'd like to have a bigger place to have events in Cody. So I think all those could be future revenue generators for the site. With that, I'll take any questions. Following me though is Danny Michael from the curator of Cody Firearms Museum.
Committee, any questions? Task force? None. Please continue. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, State Task Force, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and present to you. Appreciate all the work you've put into bringing a state shooting complex to Wyoming. It's very, Lee said, exciting prospect for all of us. As he mentioned, I am the curator. I'm blessed to be the curator of the best firearms museum in the world, and happy to welcome each year thousands of visitors to educate them, hopefully, on the history of firearms and here in Wyoming and around the world. In addition to my professional interest in this project, I am personally interested. I shoot 3-gun, have had the opportunity to shoot some CMP matches. And if you would like information on my qualifications as a shooter, I'll say that I am fast for a curator and take no further questions on my times. But I would like to talk through some of the proposed venues. As Lee mentioned, we have a number of different spaces that we have identified, and I will emphasize again that these are suggestions. This is part of a conceptual plan. And if you have one takeaway from my time before you, I would like to note that this is a very flexible, very adaptable location that we're talking about. There's a lot of opportunity to design this in a way that accommodates all the disciplines that the task force is looking for. So the first one I will be talking about is the modern technology range. You can see it highlighted there on the star, and this is a view looking sort of along the range. We have the space there to do at least 50 bays. We can go up to and beyond 600 yards. This would be close to our event center. It would be near electric and the utilities that we've discussed. Very accessible for competitors, spectators, visitors, and that kind of thing. And then it would also, we'd have the opportunity to have a covered shooting area. So really all the things that you could want there. And we did have a John Huang of Oakwood Controls take a look at this space for us and sort of verify that we could fit what we need here if this was the way we want to lay it out. So we can accommodate all the requested features for the modern technology range. The next one I'll be talking about is the high terrain rifle. So the large yellow space there, and this is a big chunk of our site, as you can see. And this space is, as described by Travis Gibson, a match director's dream. Really, there's along the right-hand side, as we view the image now, that diagonal line follows a ridge line. There's a lower ridge there. Beyond that is kind of a large basin with lots of hills. There's a lot of terrain, a lot of elevation that you can shoot down. You can shoot high angle. You can shoot long distance there. We view this as a space that would be ideal for the NRL and PRS style of competition. So there's really a lot of great opportunity here to adapt this for long range use in a variety of disciplines and distances. So this is a really great space, or a really great location, we think, for that venue. And you get a great look out of it there. That is the lower ridge that I mentioned, and then the higher ridge would be just to the left off screen there. The next one I'm going to talk about is our 3D archery venue. Oh, excuse me, there's oh yeah, there we go. The 3D archery venue, as requested in the RFP, there's a lot of opportunity for several 3D archery locations, all highlighted by yellow stars on that map. So we can really adapt this within some of the other spaces, within its own space if we need to, and have a lot of opportunity to make use of this site for 3D archery as a discipline. There's a ton of topography, there's scattered tree cover, there's brush and all the kind of things that are desirable for a 3D archery course. This is a view going up the small valley between the two ridge lines that we discussed. You can see a bit of tree cover there and the terrain features that would really shine in a 3D archery event, we feel. So a really great opportunity. Again, with lots of availability throughout the site. If we needed to have a larger event and be flexible on how many parts of the site were in that event, we could do that. scale it up or down as need be for that particular event, that particular discipline. So moving on to sporting clays. This would be that purple section there highlighted in the middle, right along one of the roads leading in to the wider site. Again, I hope I don't sound too repetitive, but we have a lot of terrain here, a lot of ability to adapt this to skill level. So we can do, we mentioned education's a big part of this. So we can start with beginner level style courses for sporting clays. We can do more advanced courses. We can do a wide variety in this area with a lot of accessibility. Again, this is back closer to our event center, so it would be nice and convenient for competitors. And this is a great view of that valley. You can see again some tree cover, a nice ridge line on either side to set up these courses, give you a lot of terrain, a lot of elevation, a lot of variety to have a really excellent sporting clays venue here. So we see that as a possible site for the sporting clays portion of this. And like I said, can accommodate a variety of levels and styles of that. Next, I'll be talking about the dedicated long-range space. This we view on the northern side of the high terrain rifle area at that star highlighted. In that specific location, as we have it mapped out now, we can easily achieve up to 1 mile shot as part of a competition. So we can get to 1,760 yards there. This is sort of looking out across the basin from the ridge line. And we can accommodate a covered shooting area there. We can accommodate up to 25 bays at just about any distance that is, now being used. And you can see the highlight there for the rangefind for 1760. So a great opportunity for Wyoming is becoming more and more known for long range shooting. And that's a really great opportunity to continue that for some of these competitions. So we have a great spot for that. And then lastly, I'd like to talk about the trap and skeet area there at the northern end of the site. Again, this one's just above our modern technology range. This one would, again, be close to the event center, very accessible, and can accommodate all the requested venues. Here's a look at this space, a great view of the mountains there as people compete, and really a lot of opportunity to, again, fit all the requested venues in there. 10 Olympic track, 6 skeet ranges, parking really close to the range to make this really accessible for anybody that would want to come compete, and just a great opportunity to host skeet and trap as well. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Happy to take any questions about those specific spots before I pass it on to my colleague, Julie.
Task force, any questions on the site?
So I do.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Chairman, could you go back to the map? So
Yes.
So one of the things that comes up is organic opportunities as new potential sports, shooting sports or activities come on board. And so within that context, where's your kind of area that you could build out something else within that facility if there was some type of organic new shooting event? Do you have the ability to expand further out other than what you've shown here?
Do you want?
Yeah. Try to answer
Mr.
that.
Ross.
I like the music.
So the yellow area there that's available for what we call special use, none of that is highly developed. We haven't really developed much of a plan for that, except what Danny already mentioned, the mile shooting range there. So we've got all that availability. We've got another 40-acre site over to the right that we really don't have any plan for. And in addition to that, if I understand the question right, Mr. Chairman, we have the ability to expand in the future. We feel that there is expansion potential, being surrounded primarily by state and BLM. We do think over time we would be able to do expansion as required, but we started with 2,000 acres and we're using probably heavy usage of it, maybe about a third. The 2/5 of the site is being heavily used. and 3/5 of it is really open for new venues, new disciplines, and new ideas.
Okay, follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. I did notice when I looked at the land ownership that there is some private property that butts up at that. So the discussions, last thing I want to do is have somebody sue the state or the local entity because we've stripped them of their property rights because now we're shooting high-powered rifles and guns next to them. So what discussions have you had with those private landowners on those parcels?
Mr. Ross.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's two private landowners adjacent to our site. One being to the east and really to the east of the red area there and follows along that red area. There's 340s in a row there. That landowner has been contacted, is very supportive of what we're doing here, thinks it may be a benefit for the family legacy in the long run with access coming in here. And he uses that property for his cattle operation. And there's actually a ridge that is pretty much in between us and the majority of that property that is in place. So there's some protection there, but we received nothing but support from that individual. And then the only other private parcel involved is the Hoodoo Ranch itself, of which we would be intended to be sharing that grazing. They'd still be having the grazing lease on the property for fire suppression and continuing to graze as always. And that's a 40-acre border parcel. Of course, the Hoodoo owns thousands of acres in our county. I think, just from looking at the maps, this would be one of the last places that they would ever try to develop. And it is a very small portion of our surrounding acreage. Predominantly, we have state and BLM.
Thank you.
Any further? Please continue.
I'm Julie Golub. I'm many things: a multi-time world and national shooting champion, an experienced shooting instructor, woman of the outdoors, proud U.S. Army veteran, published author, host, influencer, and two of my most treasured titles, wife and mother. I believe much of my success comes from a desire to have balance in my life. Family is always first. And I strive to work hard, share knowledge, and showcase a winning spirit through a blend of kindness and humility. As a professional shooter, I've competed on 6 continents and won over 50 world and national titles. I love sharing the shooting sports. Thanks for joining me.
I didn't catch the pronunciation. Golub?
Golub, Mr. Chair, yes.
Ms. Golub, welcome. And
Thank
tell us
you.
what you'd like us to hear.
It's an honor to be here. I'm excited to present the slide of the conceptual plan of the indoor range facility. And what's unique about what this team has put together, we all know indoor ranges are very expensive and hard to maintain, but I think we found a really great balance of accommodating different shooting sports with keeping those costs down. So the indoor range will be located at the event center that's marked by the yellow star. And we envision a room of 125 feet by 100 feet in this space. So you can see from the next slide, we'll have a 25-lane, 20-meter archery range. This is going to complement that 3D archery program, give an opportunity for the local archers to have a great way to enjoy archery in the wintry conditions in Wyoming. And it also has a great opportunity for youth programs. After that, we have what we're calling the air rifle range, but it's really a lot more than that. It's 15 lanes. They're 25 yards deep. And this will allow us to accommodate Olympic level events of air pistol, air rifle, typically 10 meters, but it gives us a place to grow there. And then after that, what we have is what we call the small bore area. And this is kind of something borrowed that we see from a lot of private ranges. It's along the back side of the event center. It gives the opportunity for shooters to enjoy the comforts of heating and some cover, but you still shoot outdoors. So you have a 100-yard range, which is great for hunter safety courses. You can even have local steel challenges come out there. It really provides a unique opportunity to kind of bring the outdoors in and allow people to enjoy the shooting sports without that high level cost of ventilation concerns and lead. After that, we have what we call the pistol flex bays, and this is one of my favorite parts of the presentation as a pistol shooter primarily. This is 25 bays of varying different sizes, and this layout is patterned directly after Cameo. Cameo is the new standard for shooting ranges. Internationally, people are copying Cameo. It's really an outstanding way to feature shooting sports that keeps everybody nice and close, and as you can see from the video, this is where this would be located. We could have bays as deep as 50 yards all the way out to 300. So even though we call it the pistol bay area or the flex area, this can accommodate shotgun sports, run and gun, pistol, PCC, pistol caliber carbine, and of course, 3-gun events. And the bonus of this area too is that the berms are built from native soil. So it's going to be really easy to just dig inside that hill and create this area. Next up, we have something that's really neat that is the brainchild of Travis Gibson, and this is called the Tactical Shooting Adventure, and it's located in that red area. This is a really unique opportunity to start something new. We've heard from other presenters about the challenges of shooting sports out there, the rise and fall of different shooting sports. This is an opportunity for the Wyoming Shooting Complex to start something new. And think of it as like tactical golf. You have different challenges of targets based on the level of the shooter. So you can shoot all the targets. You can shoot this as a team event. You can come out every week. You can have military and law enforcement groups come out. It really provides a unique opportunity to try something new and get people to come, not just for those specifically organized shooting sports out there. So this would be basically a 3/4 mile loop. You could either walk it or use an ATV. It has 18 to 20 stations, and there are 3 reactive targets at various different stations and distances. So again, this is a really great opportunity for team events, parent-child opportunities. It's really a unique kind of idea that I think brings something else to the table when shooting sports can be a little volatile. Do you have any questions for me or Danny?
Questions for Ms. Golub? Well done, thank you.
Thanks.
What's next?
Check, is this on?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is James Klessens. I'm CEO and president of Forward Cody, Wyoming, the economic development organization in our community. Really happy to be here, really excited about this project, wherever it goes, actually. I think this is going to rise all boats in Wyoming. But when we met last year in May, after this committee was formed and started thinking about what does this look like to do a shooting complex in the state, there was palpable excitement in our community about the prospect of a shooting complex, especially a large-scale shooting complex. A lot of us had participated when the FMG publications brought the shooting industry masters to Cody in 2014, and 500 shooters came. We saw what it did in our community. We saw what it was like to see some of the world's best shooters in action. We've watched the governor's long-range match, was here in 2022 or 2020, excuse me. The PRS does an annual event in Cody at the Cody Shooting Complex, and recently, and maybe several times, the NRL Hunters Series has been in our community. So we see those people land in our community, and we see the impact it has on bringing what I would term as a higher quality visitor to our community. People that would spend some time and spend some money in the area. And so while the allure of the state being willing to finance the cost of a shooting complex in Cody was enticing, we sat in on either virtually or in person in the shooting complex meetings, and we heard over and over people on this committee say emphatically, we want to see a business plan that makes sense. Without that, it doesn't matter what your site looks like, it doesn't matter what community it's in. If the business plan doesn't work, the complex doesn't work. And unsurprisingly, when we went out and talked to our leaders in our community, that was exactly the same response that we received, is that you better show how this thing can make sense or we're not behind it. And that was commissioners, that was local government officials from the city. That was people from different shooting entities, is that business plan had to make sense. It had to be real. So we kicked off that business planning effort last summer by trying to learn everything we could possibly learn about shooting complexes, because none of us are experts in the field. And obviously, as you've seen today in some of our slides, we've brought in people from quite an array of disciplines, just trying to help understand what does it look like to do a 3-gun competition or a long-range competition, or how does PRS work, or NRL Hunter. And so we learned what we could learn from those people and their ideas. And we spent 3 days at the Shooting, Hunting, Outdoor Trade Show in Las Vegas, sitting with people at the table saying, what would make our complex in Wyoming be world-class? What does it mean to do that? And what was fun about that is that these people were very candidly honest. They wanted to be in a great location. They wanted it to be accessible, and they wanted to be run in a fashion that allowed them to come in, have a great time at the shooting event, and have a good time in the community, and then plan to come back again. We asked how many of them had ever been to Cody, and out of the 24 people, all of them had been to Cody, all of them had shot in Cody, and all of them would be pleased to return to our community. So that fired us up. That made us kind of excited about the fact that, hey, this little bit of market intel was good. We think that this can work. So we started out our business plan by doing what you might have thought is a little bit fluff in the business plan, explaining each of the disciplines that you've described in Appendix A, trying to explain what it is that those things are and why they matter to the state, what your expectations were. We felt it was critically important to understand those ourselves as members of the group, because we don't all shoot all 8 disciplines. And the other part is the fact that that's the product that we're selling. That is our product. And when you're business planning, what are you doing? You're creating a product, and then you have to talk about the rest of it. So while I'll admit that we still have a lot to learn about this operation of a business, of a shooting complex as a business, what we can say is that we've got a pretty good skeleton right now, and we look forward to putting meat on the bones of that plan as we go forward. So we started with a couple of different parameters in mind, and I believe that slide is up. We believe that this state shooting complex, I got to be really careful, but that's dangerously close to this guy. This state shooting complex will be a tremendous asset that needs the perpetual attention and support, not only of the community, but of the state. This is a we all play together proposition. We have to make this work together. We'll go to the next one, which is that this, and I apologize that the letters aren't those big. That's like a 24-point font. In order for this facility to be world-class, this shooting complex must excel in the quality of the facilities, the service, and the customer experience that it provides. Third, it must place the ideals of safety and education at the forefront of planning in its venues, facilities, and programs. One of the gentlemen that I ran into at the SHOT Show in Las Vegas said, this is how you design bunkers for pistols. If you design them any other way, we won't come. It was the way that Cameo was designed, by the way. But they had issues with safety with some facilities they'd been to, and they just said, if it's not this way, we're not going to take the chance. We're not going to come. So safety it became a very important component. And then finally, that this state complex is a public asset that is going to be managed jointly, as we proposed, by the state and by a local joint power board for the mutual benefit. In other words, we all win when we do this right. And so we use that as kind of the catalyst for what and how our business plan would be carried out. As Glenn's talked about just a moment ago, there's 2 functions here. One's the administration of the complex. It's making the thing operate. It's the marketing, it's the going out and recruiting shoots and making the shoots happen, all that coordination. And then there's also the operation of running the facility. There's some grounds, there's some infrastructure that needs to be taken care of. Our proposition is that we would work in partnership with the Office of State Parks and Cultural Resources to deal with the facility side. Our Joint Powers Board would address the issues of going out and recruiting different shoots and coordinating all of those activities. Glenn talked a little bit about the State Advisory Group. I want to touch on that just a bit more, because the reason that that's really important is we don't want to be just blindly building shoots that will compete with other shoots in Wyoming. nor do we want to compete with other shoots in other states. There was a discussion with Rapid City Gillette and how you're going to compete. I don't think we compete. I think we find out when Rapid City's doing a shoot and we go to the same group and we have them come to us the next week so that there's a circuit, there's a routine that these people follow. We know this well because we run this little thing on the 4th of July called the Cody Stampede Rodeo that ties in conjunction with all of the PRCA events around the country. And you know, there's a lot of rodeos on the 4th of July. And they try to work it so that they keep them concentrated so those gentlemen and women can attend all of those events, or as many events as they possibly can. So that state advisory board is, as we've envisioned, gives us the ability to communicate a lot about what everybody else is doing. So next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about just the operations. I wanted you to get a feel, and on the second page of that little 5-page edition that I gave you today, we built a little staffing plan because we were trying to figure out how many people it would take to actually run this. And as you'll see on the slide, we think 6. 3 of those people will work for the state shooting complex, will be a operations manager, and then there will be 2 administrative/retail type of people that will work there. And then as we've had discussions with state parks, we would have a facilities manager and 2 seasonal helpers. So there's 6 total people that would work on the facility. And then we would use a cadre of volunteers to help us as the events got to be a little bit larger. When we talked to different shooting complexes around, we were a little horrified about that thing called workforce and volunteers. What we found is really it takes about 40 good volunteers in conjunction with the matches volunteers, because they bring the people that really have the idea on how to make it run. We feel we can make this facility run with those 6 people and a budget of about $280,000 for that every year. So next slide, please. Target market's a really critical piece to our program. You'll see the 3 things listed are memberships, day users, and the competitive events. Not necessarily in specific orders, but what I wanted to talk about is memberships, because we have a very active shooting complex in Cody with over 600 members. There's a membership in Powell of about 300 members. We don't want to be deductive of their group, and so we've talked with them. And we're going to try to figure out a way that we can make it work for a person to be a member of both. We've had some scant conversations with them. But this is an important thing, is that when we had big events at the Cody Shooting Complex, the people who were members are going, man, we didn't get to use the event this week because there was some special event there. Well, guess what? We do 15 events a year. That's pretty much all summer, every weekend, but that local event is plugged up. So there's going to be an opportunity for us to partner, I think, in a very, very great way. We don't anticipate that we're going to have trouble getting to 375 members. That's the number we've estimated and used in our business plan. And I think as we focus our efforts to make this world-class venue, we're going to draw people from a larger area than just the Park County area for sure. Day users is a category that really excites me, and here's why. We have a little facility in Cody called the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. And in that Buffalo Bill Center of the West, there's a thing called the Cody Firearms Museum. And what I understand from some of the gentlemen behind me, that no less than 100,000 people that attend that facility or visit that facility every year, they're gun crazy. They love guns. They love firearms. They'll spend days reading the little tiny labels all over the guns, the 7,000 firearms they have in that facility. We think that there is an active group of participants. I was going to say active group of active shooters, but I can't say that now. We think there's a group there that is a market that could be attracted to come shoot a round of sporting clays, to come and shoot the tactical shooting adventure, to come rent a bow or rent a shotgun and participate in some way, shape, or form. What that number is, we had to go through some very detailed numbers. And so what we did, just so you know, this wasn't some grab it out of the sky thing. We went week by week throughout the entire year. And we said, okay, on June 20th or the week of June 20th, how many people do we think will get there? We used about 5 per day in the summer season. We used 0 in November, December, January for like the sporting clays or the rifle ranges. And we totaled them all up. So we really gave some good thought to how we got that number. And we arrived at a number of 4,902 people that would show up at this facility and pay some fee to use the facility. That's about 5% of what walks into the museum. And we think that might be a very, very, very conservative estimate of how many people we think we can attract. So day users is big. That's why I wanted to make special attention on that. Competitions, the same thing's true there. I was kind of surprised that competitions didn't drive as much revenue for the center as they do for the community, because if you have written in your own document, you know, the example was $3 million gained in a 3-day event at some facility with 400 shooters. We just used 12. We thought 2 a month during the main shooting season. If we could pull that off in our initial year, 250 average number of participants, we'd have about 3,000 users only, but we would be able to make that work. The good news is when we talk to people like Travis Ashita with NRL Hunter, Sean DeGray with the Total Archery Challenge, they're on board. They're ready to come to our community, and they're ready to set up events. So I think we have underestimated what we think we can pull off in Cody. We think we can probably do 15, maybe even some midweek things if it comes to that. So that's who our target market is. I told you what the product is. Now let's talk about some numbers. I'm not going too far. So in the financial statements that you've seen, and I have 3 years of cash flow in front of you. We're going to anticipate that we can sell about 250,000 in memberships, about 225 in day users. Remember, that's outside money coming in. And if economic development is a key goal of this committee, economic development isn't taking money from Casper and spending it in Rollins, or Rollins spending it in Cheyenne, and Cheyenne spending it in Cody. We're just passing dollars around. Economic development as basic industry comes when you bring new money into the bucket of Wyoming. And so what we're really trying to drive by our day users and our competitions is new money into our local economies. So day users is about $225,000. We think that will grow. Competitions, 144,000. And then we've added an element with an RV park, because there's a lot of these shooters, about 40% we hear of people like the Single Action Shooting Society. 40% of those people will actually bring their RVs. So we think we can market a few RV people for folks specific to the shooting project, not to compete with the locals. We'll set our price a little higher than the locals, so that might drive some of them in and keep it kind of contained. That totals about 740,000 in gross revenue. Total users 19,902, which coincidentally is about $40 a day in shooter fees, which is
45 minutes, James.
Okay, which is our numbers. One other opportunity that came to us just yesterday was the opportunity to tie into some military training. One of the people from the Cody Firearms Museum sent us an email saying he's talked to some folks that have an interest in doing some live action training. They do it in January and February. Guess what? That's when we're not going to have a lot of people there. And it could potentially generate as much as 90,000 a year revenue. So that gives us one more cushion. Next slide, please. Cost of operations. I think you'll see on the front page of that document, of the 5-sheet document, we run a budget that's about $37,000 per month. Most of that has been alluded to as staffing cost. That's an annual budget of about 438, I think, is the number that I've got for a budget. Our expenses in total, because there's some additional cost of goods sold that do not get included in the budget, totals 597,000. So you subtract that from the 740 original, and that's about $143,000 in revenue per year. Now, it is not lost on us as a community that if we had to pay for the staffing that the state parks will provide, that number goes down substantially, and it probably gets us to about a break-even proposition. But at this point in time, I think we have ourselves set down. With that, I'm going to introduce Glenn Ross again to talk a little bit about his view on the business plan, and then talk about the what ifs. And so with that, Glenn.
Yes, thank you. Chairman's, one of the things we felt was really important is vetting the business plan. The complex will undoubtedly require a shared level of financial support and commitment over the long term to attain the goal of a world-class shooting complex. But moreover, we know this project will be deemed a success by our state's future generations only if it does not become a financial burden to our state and local economy. Wyoming citizens expect a good return on our collective investment. So my past experience as a business banker and a community volunteer caused me to be somewhat jaded about the prospects of financial success of the project. It seems like no matter how carefully a project is planned, something often goes wrong, right? Others felt this way too. And to put it plainly, none of us want to be involved in a project that becomes a money sucker for our state and local community. And to that end, we formed a financial subcommittee with individuals who have financial backgrounds and are experienced in running successful businesses. And this subcommittee was charged with building and vetting the complete business plan and that could take us successfully into the future and not just get the doors open. So in addition to our 3-year monthly cash flow budget that James talked about just now, we constructed a capital construction budget along with an associated capital construction sources and uses. And that can be found in your RFP Appendix 29, pages 40 through 43. All access and on-site infrastructure, the RV park, the comprehensive event center are fully funded as budgeted. Our plan includes construction and facilities opening launch of all 8 desired shooting disciplines, not just the task force phase 1 goals of shooting disciplines 1 through 4. Our $14 million plus budget addresses all the task force recommendations to have a completed facility at launch. And we propose to fund the project using the entire $10 million from the state, $750,000 in kind from county road funding, $100,000 cash offered by Forward Cody, and $3.3 million funded through a Wyoming Business Council Community Ready Infrastructure Grant. If the state desired, we could also take a more phased construction approach and reduce the initial project expenditures. For example, by launching with fewer lower ranked task force shooting disciplines. Next, I'd like to direct your attention to pages 29 and 30 and also Appendix 16 of the RFP.
Mr. Ross, before going.
Yes.
Your
Yes, Chairman.
business ready community grant, has that already been secured or has that been applied for? Is that the
No,
idea?
sir. No, sir, neither. We felt we needed to get to this step and hopefully beyond before taking any action on that. And that's why I did try to speak to, we can par back and start to rank some of the shooting disciplines, but in no event would we ever see ourselves being below the top 4 or many of the top shooting disciplines being constructed in full. in
Mr.
the
Goldman.
event center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a question on that, the Business Ready Community Grant. Is there a plan B if that doesn't get granted? Which would be a big if. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, the state would retain ownership of the land, correct?
Yes.
So I don't see how a BRC grant would apply. That's publicly owned infrastructure for cities, towns, counties, joint powers board.
You know, we initially did some research with our local business council representative and some of the state contacts, and maybe we haven't vetted that good enough, sir, and we need to do a better job of that. But there was indications that we would be, could be utilized. So if we've got that wrong, we're gonna have to take another approach on that. And also to answer your first question there, this is a full build out. Everything completed, Cadillac opening. We could par that back and the committee allowed, the task force allowed for that in the RFP request. However, our proposal is to try, if we can, to open with all shooting disciplines. Although we do realize we could cut that back and still open with the critical shooting disciplines plus, and if we had to. And there is always the other option of trying to push our local community to fundraise to a higher degree. I think we could do that. That's not what we're proposing here. Our proposal was a Wyoming Business Council Community Ready Grant so far, but we have other options.
Thank you.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a question, where's the county commissioners of Park County? Are they, what's their buy-in on like funding? I know they're behind you.
Yeah. Just one. Mr. Chairman.
Well, I just wonder what it looks like. I mean, what is the commitment from Park County? What are they willing to do or not do? That's my general question about that. Thank you,
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cole. I believe that Mr. Ross articulated that the Park County Commission is going to build the 3-mile access road from Highway 120 to the event center site or to the property location. And that's a $750,000 investment that they've committed to do. Plus, they will dedicate it as a county road, and they will take over the maintenance of that particular highway, or excuse me, improved gravel road in perpetuity. So that's their level of commitment. Mr. Chairman, that commitment has been made and voted on and passed successfully, so that did get completed.
Please continue.
Okay, I'd like to direct your attention again to Appendix 16, I think is where I was at. The Park County Travel Council has committed $250,000 over a 5-year period for direct advertising of the state shooting complex. Even with this generous advertising spend, one of our concerns is that it may take several years for the state shooting complex to hit full stride in revenues. To execute our business plan properly and strive to achieve world-class, we need ample cash reserves. Many shooting events and competitions are booked a year or two in advance. It will take time to ramp up memberships and attract national attention and the confidence of match directors. We feel it is critical to ensure we have sufficient beginning cash for operations of $300,000, operations reserves of $450,000, and a future maintenance reserve of $1,115,000 as shown in our plan. We plan to source startup and reserve monies totaling $1,865,000 through a capital fundraising plan, through solicitation of individual formation sponsors and industry naming sponsors. To help develop our fundraising campaign plan, we sought expertise from local nonprofits like the Buffalo Bill Center of the West and the shooting industry. It's our hope that the task force appreciates the critical eye and the conservative steps we took in building our comprehensive business plan, a plan that represents local, community, in-kind, and cash contributions totaling nearly $3 million. We believe our business plan addresses all critical elements to enhance the project's future success.
Thank you very much. Committee, task force, any questions? Mr. Klessens?
We'd like to bring up Brian Hawk and Mayor Hall again.
Well, good afternoon, Chairperson, Co-Chairperson, and Council of the task force. Appreciate you guys giving us the time once again to get up here and talk about our destination a little bit and this exciting project that's been put forth to us here. So I get the exciting duty here to talk to you guys about some of Park County, Wyoming on the tourism side here. So my name is Ryan Houck. I'm the Executive Director for the Park County Travel Council, otherwise known as Cody Yellowstone. And like I said, I get the opportunity to talk to you guys about our existing and future lodging, our restaurants, and our on-site food options, as well as workforce to support the state shooting complex. So before we really dive into lodging, I want to touch a little bit on tourism for our destination. You know, where most communities really rely on natural resources, coal, gas, oil, to really be their economic driver. Park County relies on tourism. That is our #1 industry by far and away. It's our #1 employer with over 4,460 people employed. It's our #1 economic driver. And we rank second only, of course, to Teton County when it comes to being the largest tourist destination for the state of Wyoming. This is what we do. This is what we're built for. Our community understands that, our businesses understand that, and our governmental entities understand that intimately. I think this is important information for you guys to know because the traveler can tell the difference. They feel welcome when they come to our area. There's something in tourism called destination sentiment, AKA how people feel and perceive your destination. We really beat everybody when it comes to destination sentiment, not just in Wyoming, really in the entire region. And through destination sentiment and our tourism budget, and the engine that is Park County Travel Council, we've been able to grow over 20% over the last 3 years. Last year, we actually welcomed 984,000 overnight visitors to Park County alone. However, even with the success in bringing in travelers, we still have plenty of inventory to host much, much more here in the near future. So let's go ahead and look at the numbers real quick. Units in Park County, hotel rooms, over 2,900 hotel rooms. Once again, only play second on this one again to Teton County. We have more hotel rooms than Laramie County, than Natrona County, than Campbell County. This is what we do. We have over 2,000 RV sites and almost 500 short-term rentals. Within 20 minutes of the complex, we have just under 1,600 hotel rooms. We have 832 RV sites, but there's an additional 734 sites that are in or very near Cody city limits. Honestly, if you push that speed limit just a little bit, we could have added more numbers in there, but by the books, that's what our numbers kind of look like there. And then we have about 400 short-term rentals within 20 minutes. We do, however, possibly have more accommodations coming our way in the near future. We have 3 hoteliers that already own land. Well, I should say 3 hoteliers that already own hotels in Park County, and they also already own land. They've been waiting for that next opportunity to kind of push them in that direction to start investing once again in our community. And something like a world-class shooting complex that brings in a possible 5,000 to 7,000 more people a year could be just that thing to make that building start to happen again. So occupancy, a little birdie told me that there is a perception out there that we are already as full as it gets in the summertime and that there's no room for growth in our destination. So I wanted to put the facts on paper for you guys to see so you can understand kind of what that looks like on an annual basis for us. So our average for the year is less than 50% occupancy in those 2,900 hotel rooms and 2,000 campsites. The low, which what you'll see in December, January, February, maybe even March, can be as low as 24.5% occupancy. The high is 77.8% on average. So a couple weeks in July, a few weeks in September as well, we could possibly reach up to that 80%, but even in peak season, we're running only under 80% for those high months. The average for this,
Mr. Messer.
Mr. Chair, do you have that broken down by hotels versus campsites? Because you lumped them together in that percentage. But
Mr. Howe.
Yep. So Chairperson and Councilman, I actually have that broken down in your guys' packets under what's called the STR report, the STAR report, and that showcases what that breakdown looks like on a per month basis for each property.
Please continue.
The average for the season on which this shooting complex would run would be April to October. The average for that is about 63%. So leaving us on any given night over 1,000 hotel rooms still available even during our peak season in the summertime. Next one. So hotel rates too. I've also heard, that we have some of the higher rates throughout the entire state. So once again, wanted to put that on paper for you guys to see kind of what that looks like. So hotel rates average for the season, once again, April to October. If I was to include our winter months, this average would have gone down tremendously because we have a lot of rates that are in that $80 to $90 range in those winter months. But average for the season, April to October, average is $171, low is at $99. You'll see those $99 rates in May and possibly October as well. And then the high, so peak season, we're averaging about $201 is all. To put that kind of in fruition for you guys here, I'm staying at the Ramcota right now, $235 here in Casper. So we are right in line with everybody else during their high demand peak season months. We also have year-round availability. Honestly, if you're coming to Park County or Cody by yourself or even with a family, you can come without a reservation and find somewhere to stay. If you're with a small group, you typically need to probably take about 2 weeks to 2 months to make that reservation. If you're coming with 250 people or more, you probably need to take about 6 to 9 months to make sure you make your reservation so you can all be blocked in the same hotel room all at the same time. But we do have year-round availability. Part of being a tourist destination is you get quite the diversity of properties in your area. I think I heard you guys talking about earlier, where is there to stay? What is there to do? We have quite the diversity of properties. So if you're a single person or maybe a couple looking for something unique, we have boutique hotels, we have historic hotels. If you're bringing your family on these shoots, we have more of those flagship hotels, like your Holiday Inns, your Comfort Inns, your Hamptons, stuff like that. If you're looking for, let's see here, if you're looking for more of those authentic Western experiences, we actually have rustic hotels right downtown. We have 14 guest and dude ranches. We have National Forest Service campgrounds. We have state park campgrounds. We have BLM campgrounds. We kind of have it all when it comes to Park County. So really year round, we have all these, most of these properties available to stay at. So next I'm going to talk to you guys about restaurants and food service options. So once again, being a tourist town, you have to have a diverse amount of food options to make sure you're appealing to all the different types of demographics. So let's go and just go straight to the numbers if we could. So right now we have 46 restaurants within 20 minutes of the complex. That's 35 dine-in kind of sit-down type restaurants and 11 fast food chains. And it's not just quantity for us, it's quality. You're not going to find a lot of chains in our area. We really focus on local more than most destinations, and not just local business owners, but locally where the food is coming from as well, locally sourced food. So we have places like City's Table that most of their ingredients actually come from within Park County. They're a Mediterranean food establishment that was actually featured on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives with Guy Fieri as one of the best places to eat in the state. We also have Cody Craft Brewing that has beat out the country as one of the best breweries in the state as well. They've recently partnered up with YO Dough for a nice little local pizza spot and beer spot for a quick bite to eat. We also have high-end places like Trailhead. This is a locally owned from a guy here that was born and raised in Cody, went away to get professionally trained and came back. It's not luxury. This is Western luxury, right? So it's delicious steaks that are there. They have interesting stuff like bone marrow for appetizers. They have really good pizza that's called, for example, fungi pizza that has truffle oil and mushrooms on it. But we have quite the array of different types of restaurants to really appeal to all those different types of demographics. We also have 30 different food trucks that are registered within our county as well. To an event planner, this is usually music to their ears. They can have a couple food trucks come out and serve all sorts of different types of cuisine. I've seen shooting complexes use these food trucks as a part of the registration with included dinners, or they can just use their own point of sale system to get some food out on site there. We also have 15 catering companies in the area as well. Once again, you can see how diverse those options are. Each one of these can handle over 500 people, no problem at all. Once again, this is what we do. We do weddings, we do large events, and all these people can handle large groups. And then lastly, workforce availability. So I think you guys saw during the RFP process, there is a strong demand to have a shooting complex in our area, not just from Park County, but from the Bighorn Basin. So yes, we have 30,000 residents in the county that's available for jobs and for volunteer services. But I think you guys saw in the Bighorn Basin, there's more like 60,000 people of gun enthusiasts that want this thing in our area and want it to succeed. So we have the residents. This is exactly what they're interested in. They want to be a part of something like this. And I know we could pull from the residents to help with the volunteers on this side. We also have one of the community colleges in Northwest College. As you guys know, they're always looking for full-time summer help as well as during school time, some part-time help as well. We also are going to dedicate 10 RV campsites for volunteers. So that way they're full hookup. So that way if you're part of that volunteer staff or even part of the paid staff, you'll have 10 spots to choose from. Bring your RV out there and you can stay out there for completely free. That is part of the business plan.
Mr. Howard. When,
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
when you're talking about student workers during the summer, will housing on campus be available for those students? Have you broached that topic with the college? Because housing is always the issue, right, for summertime workers?
Yeah. I have not broached the topic with the dean if they're going to have summertime housing for the college. Is that something that you can talk on?
We can get that answer for you tomorrow, or we could get that answer for you tomorrow, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
We also have a very volunteer-ready community. Honestly, I could do a deep dive on this, but I will say, last time we had a large event where we needed some volunteers quickly. Within 24 hours, we were able to gather 125 volunteers to make it happen. This is, once again, what we do. We have huge support for the tourism industry, and people know as it takes volunteers to make stuff like this happen. And so we have organizations and individuals ready to go at a moment's notice. Then lastly, we do use J1 and H2B foreign work program. That really helps us turn the faucet on or turn it back whenever we do need more staffing in the area. And that would be it for me if there's any questions.
Questions, Mr. Hawk? Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Hauk said, tourism is obviously a good bread and butter for our community, and with that is the need for air service. We had a very robust air service amount of flights prior to COVID, and that obviously fell off a little bit, but since then we've done our best to maintain our contacts with United, SkyWest, Delta, to kind of bring that back from those to those pre-COVID levels. Right now, we have 4 flights a day that SkyWest is using under the United flag to Denver. That's today. And our projected 2025 summer season, and this is based on a lot of the communications that we've had with the air service carriers, the SkyWest, Delta United, and we even actually have had conversations with Alaska Airlines as well. But our projected for 2025 summer is going to look like this. We'll have United Express summer to Denver flights 3 a day, and SkyWest Delta summer flights 2 a day. And of course, in our wintertime, we're still serviced by the two flights a day to Denver through the, help me out with that.
We have 4 flights
Two,
right now.
2 today, 2 in the wintertime though for anyway, the essential air service, thank you. And in preparation actually for that summer of 2025, Yellowstone Regional Airport has already built a 10,000 square foot addition onto its existing commercial terminal. And this will allow 3 flights on the ground at a time. It has also expanded TSA screening. The technical thing the air director wanted me to say was there is a new CT80XL X-ray machine, and this actually will allow to accommodate gun cases as well as golf clubs. And of course, that expansion will allow for more ticket counter space. And then we also have a heated garage facility for expanded ground support. If those become an issue for people, we are about an hour and a half from Billings, Montana, Billings Logan Airport. And I can personally say that without having to push the accelerator down too far, I have been able to get from Cody to Logan in about an hour and a half. And their summer 2025 flight schedule will have per day 3 flights to Denver on United Airlines, 1 flight for American Airlines to Dallas Fort Worth, Delta Airlines, 2 flights to Salt Lake, 1 flight to Minneapolis, and Alaska, 2 flights to Seattle. So even in the larger vicinity, we're pretty well set up for commercial air service. I was in here a little earlier. They asked about car rental availability. We're actually the 2nd largest rental fleet in the state, with our collective group offering about 100 rental cars at our YRA facility. If you're interested more in just shuttle service, we utilize passenger vans that are available to access the complex. They can include the Cody Shuttle, Explore Cody Transportation, additionally the Holiday Inn, the Ivy, the Cody, Irma Hotel, and K3 Guest Ranch also maintain shuttle services for guests from the airport. In the past, when we have had some shooting events at our existing shooting facility that's north of town, the Park County School District and Northwest College have actually been partners to help out with shuttling participants out to that area. And of course, lastly, we're right along Highway 120, which is taken care of by our good friends at YDOT. And the distance from the airport to, I believe, the turnoff is about 4.25 miles. Come again? Oh, okay. I'm wrapped up with that. So if you have any questions for Air Service, I would be happy to
Questions for the
take a
mayor?
shot at it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. As mayor, you got to try and field everything. So next I'll move into emergency services. Okay, so our emergency services are available to the Bighorn Basin region of Wyoming, all from our Cody Regional Health. Our EMS is a hospital-owned paramedic level service that operates 24/7, 365 across Park, Bighorn, and Washakie counties, ensuring our community's safety with 14 ambulances, quick response vehicles. Our specialized teams excel in rapid sequence intubation, blood utilization, community paramedicine, and wilderness medicine, showcasing our dedication to advanced medical care. Additionally, our First in Flight Wyoming program, it's the state's only locally owned flight service, offers rapid medical transportation within a 300-mile range, reaching a level 1 trauma center within 45 minutes, which of course is Billings. Cody Regional Health is an unwavering commitment to providing top-tier medical emergency support and is a cornerstone of our community's well-being. But we have a very skilled staff. I think we have about 650 people that work at our hospital, so we have a very well set up to take care of and maintain any kind of emergencies.
Mr. Mayor, do you know the distance from the hospital to the site, shooting range site?
Mr. Chairman, if I had to ballpark it, I'd say that if it's 4.2 from, okay, I guess I don't have to ballpark it. It's 10 miles. It's good to have support people with you.
Anything further? Any task force questions? All right, so that wraps up the EMS.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ryan. We'd like to bring up Bruce Sowers and Julie Golub.
Welcome again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, and committee members. My name is Bruce Sowers. I'm Director of Revenue for the Buffalo Bill Center of the West. I'm the chair of Forward Cody, our business development organization. I'm on the board of directors for the Winchester Association, and I've shot at these industry events throughout the country for numerous years. When we look at the board, they asked me to talk about the draw. You know what the draw is. I think we all do. One of our advantages in Cody is we are right outside of Yellowstone. We've got the rodeo, we have the amenities, we've got rafting, we've got nightlife, we have all these other things. But I think a key component that I want to stress to each of you that makes us unique from any other area in the state is the Buffalo Bill Center of the West and the Center, or the Cody Firearms Museum. And what I want to explain is not only is it the nation's largest, most comprehensive collection of firearms in the United States, but we have been actively engaged in the industry for years. People talk about, you know, we're going to go down to SHOT Show and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. This January will mark my 14th SHOT Show, And we don't go as attendees. We go as exhibitors. We have a booth. We work the floor. We take collection pieces. We work directly with industry manufacturers while we're down there. We have a relationship with the industry. We have had, we still do. It's constantly being worked on. We're not reinventing the wheel. We have a group sales department at the Center of the West. We work with the Wyoming Office of Tourism. We have professionals that look at group sales. They look at events. We have attracted events that are firearms oriented in particular. We go to numerous shows per year. We already are in front of what people want to talk about as potential clients. In the last couple of years, we usually attend 8 to 12, 8 to 10 gun shows a year. We consistently travel to Denver, Colorado Springs, Reno, Missoula, Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, Tulsa, the Vegas Antique Arms Show, Sioux Falls, Rapid City, Dallas, Fort Worth, Waco, Baltimore, and Cheyenne. We are out in the industry. It's one of those things that we do in Cody and we do at the Center of the West through the Cody Firearms Museum that a lot of people aren't cognizant of. But I thought it was important for this group in particular to be made aware of this, that we have been on a consistent basis engaging with these particular industries. So not only do we talk to the collector groups, and we've hosted Remington and Glock and Smith & Wesson, and it goes on and on. We've got the Winchester group that will be in Cody in a couple of weeks in July for their 41st convention. We have bloggers, we have social media people that are into the museum specifically for the Firearms Museum on a weekly basis. We're not reinventing the wheel. We already have these people. We are on their bucket list. The people in the industry know us. We field calls and have conversations with these industry groups on a regular basis of, we'd love to come out and see you. We want to do it. We want to do a shoot. How can we do it? I was part of the original team that brought that shooting industry masters to Cody years ago when it was 600-800 shooters. Their biggest concern was, could we get enough volunteers? You know what? We got well over 100 volunteers in 24 hours. It's an easy thing for us to do. The problem is, as we go out into the field and we work these associations and we work these groups, I don't have a place to bring these people, but we already have the contacts and we already have the connections. So I'm not going to rattle on too much, but I think we did a little bit of disservice when we started this and kind of emphasize the quality of the people that are associated with the Firearms Museum. The young lady sitting next to me on the left is on our Firearms Advisory Board.
Mr. Chairman, before we move on, I've got a question for you, Bruce, if you don't mind me interrupting. So, Mr. Chairman, so you have all the contacts and I think you're probably going to get to it, but how do you leverage that? What's your plan to leverage everything that you have with the museum, the Center for the West? How are you going to leverage that to the state shooting complex? And so I think that's where you were headed, but if you weren't, I just wanted to kind of get you turned back to see if you could answer that question.
Mr. Cowan.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hicks, thank you for the question. We already do multiple events and have sales teams that work with firearms industry groups currently. We have probably, I know every year, how many per year, I'm not sure, but we have multiple events a year that are strictly firearms oriented. So looking at attracting these businesses to come to Cody, to the Center of the West, is already something we're doing. If I talk to a group that's very firearms oriented, whether they're shooters or industry oriented, whatever it may be, having a world-class range and then having the ability for those people to come and have a reception, a banquet, a tour, whatever it may be, with the nation's most comprehensive collection of firearms and the largest archival records, probably that fit within their corporate entities, which we cover over a dozen, is right up their alley. That's exactly what they're looking for. It's exactly what makes us different than any other entity, probably in the United States, but it also makes us different than any entity within the state of Wyoming. It's what gets them to sign the deal. A lot of times when people go to these shoots, they're going to fly in and they're going to fly out. When they look at what we have to offer as a community, our geographic location, and what the center has to offer, which is vetted right for them, they're going to come earlier and they're going to stay later. And we see that now. We have firearms groups that come to us all the time. And they come specifically because we're one of those unique locations that you can say, if you're the Winchester guys or an ammunition company or whatever it may be, hey, while we're there, we want to do a banquet dinner. Can you key up some people to talk to us? And can you give us some behind the scenes things to look at? Can you pull out some archival material? And the answer is yes. Where else can you go to have that done for you? It's a pretty unique experience and something that they value. Does that answer your question, sir?
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So my point would be, and I'll pass it over to Julie, who's next to us, who is on our Firearms Museum Advisory Board. So she helps us determine and look at things that we do and groups that we get involved with. Her bio was a little quick, but I hope you would take time to look at the package of information that is in front of you and realize the caliber, thank you, of the person that's sitting next to us. That not only is she a world champion, 3 gold, 4 silver, 2 bronze, U.S. Army Athlete of the Year, but when she speaks and represents the professional shooting industry, she does it with authority. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowers.
So,
Ms. Gottlieb,
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Co-Chairman.
It's like a 9mm or 10.
If it goes bang, I shoot it.
Got to be a 10. All right, Ms. Gottlieb.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Bruce. First and foremost, I have to say, no matter which community you select here in Wyoming, this is a huge, huge benefit. And Wyoming is truly leading the way here with this effort, this endeavor, this dedication to the Second Amendment and shooters around. And I have to say, I applaud you for it. I'm very excited for it. As for me, as a professional shooter, I've been doing this for about 30 years, and I've traveled the world, literally with a gun on my hip. I've also traveled a lot in Wyoming. You might be wondering, why am I here? I love Wyoming. I've seen Yellowstone and Devil's Tower. I've hunted in Sheridan, down in the Red Desert. I've competed in Rawlins for the State Steel Championship. Not many people do that, but I do. And every year, my family and I make the pilgrimage to Cheyenne to shoot the largest action pistol regional championship west of the Missouri. I love Wyoming, and I love what you're doing here. As a competitor, I look for all of the things that Cody has to offer, the creature comforts, the amenities, the services, and what you have brought to this table, wanting the wow factor. I can give you a couple of examples of ranges that I've been to many, but you have all heard of the NRA Whittington Center. It is beautiful, gorgeous, but Raton, New Mexico and Trinidad, Colorado do not draw shooters, and they have a hard time filling their events. On the flip side, I've been to ranges in Florida that are subpar, unsafe in some cases, but because of Florida beaches, because of the theme parks, those events sell out. And that's what I think you want here. So between the amenities, the healthcare, the travel opportunities, the amazing museum, the Cody Firearms Museum, the Buffalo Bill Center of the West, all of these things, I have to say, this isn't Kevin Costner's Field of Dreams here. If you build it, doesn't mean they will come. It means they may come. And the more you can offer, the more likely they will come back and bring their families and love Wyoming as much as my family does. So I really encourage you to look at everything we have to offer. And if there's any questions that I can answer as a pro shooter, as a member of the firearms industry, please let me know. But I truly believe that Cody represents the best opportunity, not just to have a complex, but one that really thrives, not just in Wyoming, but in the United States and globally as well. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair.
So this is for the whole delegation here. Again, this is the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. And so what's your vision in really embracing that? You're the ambassador. If you were to be awarded this, it's a state facility for the state of Wyoming. And so how do you embrace that and bring in all these other communities around the state? How do you use that facility to do that?
Ms. Gallo?
Anybody want to take a stab at it? I don't see anybody running, so it falls on you.
All right, Mr. Chair. Well, Wyoming is off the beaten path, right? It's not a place, it's not a mecca for shooters, but it can be. And when people find a place where they feel welcome, they have a service-oriented town that appreciates them, and they have an incredible facility that is safe and beautiful and offers them all of the creature comforts that they know from home, they will hear about it and they will want to come. So obviously it will take time to bring people in to host major tournaments, but you can start with things like the tactical shooting adventure that we talked about earlier that is unique to the range, unique to Wyoming, and may start something completely new. You have to think about different marketing opportunities beyond the Buffalo Bill Center of the West and Cody in the sense of what draws shooters in. Shooters love to shoot, right? So the more opportunities you have for training. The other flip side, you have government contract availability. Cody offers something that other communities just don't, between the ruggedness, the elevation, and the cold weather opportunities that are going to be a big draw during, not just for the military and law enforcement groups, but also for civilians as well. If you tell them about it, they'll have a reason to come. And word of mouth travels fast, social media travels fast, and being able to host these events and bring people out is important.
Okay, so let me just clarify the question. So how do you get the gun club and, Uena County and the gun club in Rollins and the black powder shooters in Worland and the folks in Sheridan and our friends in Fremont County? How do you get those people within the state of Wyoming to leverage this facility and come? How do you work with them?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take a try at that. She shoots faster, her mind goes faster. I finally thought of something that might address this. Our advisory board concept, I think, is how we would see that taking place. And we don't have that all fleshed out, but we know if we involve the state of Wyoming and leaders in the industry and leaders in government and leaders in education statewide, and we form an advisory board to advise our joint powers board, we believe that will get us there. We're not there. We don't have all the answers, but I think that is the way for us to get there, is to partner with the shooting ranges, experts in the state, and so on, as we've tried to describe in our advisory board concept that we proposed. And that's our vision. This is a state shooting complex, not Cody. It's a state shooting complex first and foremost. And we are, we take that vision very seriously, and that is our shared vision.
Further question?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mesters.
I want to go back to governance structure just a little bit, if I may. I think maybe it's because we've been here all day. We're beat up the other two groups pretty good on their governance structure and then let you guys kind of cruise through on it. So
let the Inquisition begin.
So part of my concern, and it was the same concern that I had previously with Campbell County, is you're relying, at least on your initial proposal, relying on some state employees. Those state employees are subject to the will and the whim of the state budget, which has not always been super stable. And so, especially with the facilities maintenance and facilities repair, which when we have beat everyone else up on O&M costs, that's a big piece that's been kind of pushed off, I think, without really being addressed directly, whether it's a budget line item that's being expected for the state to be picked up, or what that would look like if in a cost sharing method from Park County. But it does seem to be a little bit of a gap in the cash flow of what that would look like if the state wasn't able to pick it up, or if that budget got cut under Director Glenn.
Well, I think it's a current concern for anybody sitting in front of you. And that's something we're going to have to partner on to see how we get through that. But our budget did include in the third year replenishing, our ATVs and some of that. So we included replenishing some of those equipment items in our budget and sourced by the local community. And then in addition to that, our proposal was to raise funds, and we will do this. And I think it's, our community has done it in the past, and I think we can get behind this, and it will happen, is raise a large reserve fund. And that was part of our capital budget. And of over $1 million for unforeseen expenses. And our budget itself had about $150,000 positive cash flow the way we proposed it. So that also could help fund and support those type of maintenance expenses. But to be clear, we are hoping to share some of that expense with the state as we presented in our budget. We don't think it's an unreasonable request. We're trying to share it in a way that there's a heavy commitment from the community, but we also think that the shared investment would hopefully include major maintenance of the facility, which of course, those items tend to pop up down the line, and hopefully we can get prepared for them. And there will be legislative support in the times when those things are needed. We didn't push too heavily on the staff of the state. We didn't feel, we feel we're taking the major burden of that, or the major share of that, I should say, at the community level, the local level. But we do, our budget did show participation from the state level too, of 1 full-time and 2 part-time employees. So that's my best shot at answering that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. It's a pleasure to hear your presentation. Thank you. What I was wondering, since it is state land primarily, is there any concern with migration or the elk herds or pronghorns or sage grouse?
Yes, we tried, or Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman, we tried to cover that, Representative, in our RFP, in our plan, and forget the page numbers, but we have shown maps showing the overlay of each of the big game areas. We've taken steps to, and we've taken steps to contact the Game and Fish to kind of work through some of those issues they would see us having there. Building season with the mule deer, we would have to do some things there to make sure we're constructing during the seasons that don't have high impact to mule deer. We've also taken into account the sage grouse, although there is not a primary lek on our property here. They are in the neighborhood, but the complex is associated in such a way that it will not impact to a high degree that species either. And it seemed like any site chosen that is a WOW site, it's going to be shared by our wildlife in Wyoming. There's no getting around it, but we think we've taken steps to see how we could mitigate that. And we plan on having many more conversations with the Game and Fish and working that. Wildlife is something we obviously value strongly in Park County.
Mr. Ross, we have about 12 minutes left.
Yes.
We do want to allow some time for public comment. Any concluding comments from your group?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
just
Co-Chair.
one final thing on the wildlife. There's no plan to take all those urban deer out of Cody and move them out there.
No, we've got a bigger wildlife problem in town than we do out of town,
Wait a
Mr.
second.
Chairman, but
I saw a couple people behind you with the thumbs up.
we do have less antelope than other sites proposing here today. I would say we have less wind. I don't know. You debate it. So that's our proposal. So yes, we have a few concluding comments, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Okay. We'd like to close our presentation with just a few comments. Cody has a lot of momentum and inertia already taking place in shooting sports. Just in the last 10 days, the Cody Shooting Complex hosted a multi-state regional youth shotgun competition with almost 100 participants. Gunworks brought in 130 long-range shooters for a company event held just outside of Cody on the way to Yellowstone Park. Jim and Ginger Dagger held a long-range shooting competition event adjacent to Cody on Hart Mountain, hosting 175 former and current military and special forces participants. All this recent lead flying in our community happened organically. Shooting sports enthusiasts want to come to Cody. Cody is already home to the largest statewide concentration of industry shooting sports businesses in the state. Shooting sports businesses want to locate in Cody. The task force has a grand vision for a world-class state shooting complex. We share the vision and believe this vision is just the beginning. We can provide opportunities for military, law enforcement, statewide youth championships. It's our vision to host statewide and national shooting championships and even national Olympic trials. Buffalo Bill's legacy and Cody Rodeo make us a natural to be the home of Cowboy Action National Championships. Going back to the days of Buffalo Bill and even before, Cody and Wyoming have a rich heritage of shooting sports. We would relish the opportunity to help educate and pass along our passion for the shooting sports and firearms freedoms to the next generation. In conclusion, Cody Country is grateful to be a participant in the task force selection process. We believe Cody encapsulates a wise investment to increase economic opportunities and development associated with participation in the shooting sports in Wyoming. If Cody is fortunate to be chosen as a recipient of the world-class shooting complex, hang on and let her buck, because it will be a wonderful, wild Wyoming ride together.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Thank you, all of you, for being here today. At this
Thank
time,
you,
we're going to
Mr.
open
Chairman.
public comment. We have about 10 minutes left. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak to the Park County proposal? Anyone in the audience wish to speak to the Park County proposal? Representative Newsom, I'm not going to let you just sit there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I thought maybe we had 10 more minutes to come up and maybe grill them on something.
Let's bring up that government structure one more time. Representative Newsom, welcome to CAST.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Task Force. It's been a pleasure to get to know you all and to host you in November. That was really fun for us in Cody, just to show you what we had. And many of you reached out and said, man, you put on a show for us. I'm like, no, I made five phone calls. All that stuff exists. The Cody Firearms Museum where you had dinner, the tour of Gunworks, the going out to the Cody Firearms Experience, you know, the offer to go out to our local shooting range. All those things didn't take much effort on my part just to showcase what we already have. And when we were discussing this on the floor of the House, and I got up and made the pitch for Cody as we were discussing this bill. And so once again, whatever community you choose, we will take that legislation through TRW and be happy to do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
So you were in here earlier, but there was a little discussion as to how in the heck did you guys come up with the last date of your meeting as September 30th and October 1st? That's just sacrosanct.
Because somebody else took our meeting dates. We had another committee. We originally had those meeting dates later in October. And we got the word that we were not allowed to have a later in October meeting date, that we would have it, that we were told that those were the dates available to us.
Well, we'll have to work on that with management councils.
If you have some.
Obviously, there's some
with
people at
management-
Cheyenne that don't understand. Those dates
Right.
are not available.
But we,
Any questions for Representative Newsom? Representative Newsom, do you anticipate any, how do you expect this is going to go in TRW when we come with our final report? As chairman of that committee, how do you, when you close your eyes, how do you see that unfolding?
I think we'll take the legislation, input the community that you choose. And I have let my committee know that that is not up for discussion at committee time. It can be up for discussion on the House floor or on the Senate floor, but through committee, we're not going to entertain amendments
Thank you. Appreciate that.
because I've been told I rule with an iron fist.
Spoken like a true chairman. Thank you. Yeah.
From another church.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room wishing to speak on Park County proposal? With that, we're going to close public comment. Can you believe it? After all this, we're done ahead of time.
6 minutes is because of your skill, Mr. Chairman. Ronnie.
Like a true chairman. Senator Colton.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just had a couple outstanding questions. I guess I'd feel better if I was reassured that this Starlink thing, which I did some research on when I'm sitting here on its speed, was adequate. The folks were saying in the shooting industry that they rely on this a lot, videos, downloads. It's what they do in this day and age. So it's 500 megabit and it's not very fast, and it's fairly expensive. And I was concerned about that. And also another infrastructure question is what it would take to bring water out of Cody for your water system and bring it to this facility. I just don't know the logistics of that. And then thirdly, the road. What size road are we talking about that they're going to put in? Is it what width? I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to know more about the road. And those are my three questions. Thank you, Mr.
Senator, given the time of the day, those will be taken up tomorrow.
I
Those will be
believe,
taken
yeah.
up tomorrow, but just so you have a forenotice of Senator Kolb's areas of interest, but we'll take those up tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. We can answer all of those questions. We'll be happy to do so. Thank you.
Anything else from the committee in terms of tomorrow?
Can we just review the
Yes.
schedule?
The schedule,
itinerary?
Mr. Co-Chairman.
So, tomorrow, you have a printed version, but there's been some changes to that. So Campbell County has asked to go first, and that will be at 10 o'clock. And that will be followed by Central Wyoming at 10:30, and then Park County at 11. We will have an informal, just a get together, not a meeting, at 8 o'clock in the morning with the task force. Just have breakfast. That will be at Eddington's. I believe they've got a meeting room upstairs at 8 o'clock. And then there may be a little bit of discussion once we get done with this. Keep in mind the discussion that we've had in the past is my recollection is when we leave here tomorrow, we will have narrowed it down to 2 proposals. Is everybody clear on that? So when we get done with the last presentation at 11:30, the discussion will be amongst the task force as to what 2 proposals do we want to move forward for site visits. So hopefully have that wrapped up by noon or shortly thereafter. Anything, Mr. Vice Chair, that I missed or Co-Chair?
I think you covered the agenda just fine. Again, these kinds of decisions are always difficult because I think all 3 of these proposals were pretty fine, and even some of the proposals that didn't make it to this stage showed a tremendous amount of work and had some potential to them. And so I think that it's going to be a challenge for the committee, the task force, to weigh these pros and cons of each place out there and try to come up with a solution. But that's what we will do tomorrow. We will limit it to 2 tomorrow, the 2 finalists, and then we will be scheduling site visits the week of July 17th, 16th, 17th, something in there, to visit both of those finalists for on the ground, boots on the ground. That will involve tours of the actual physical ground that you're looking at, followed by a meeting where we will be able to ask additional questions and make sure that we understand the governance structure for one, but also many other issues that may surface as we walk around the site and put boots on the ground.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Chairman, we have listed, so the 15th and the 16th of July will be the site visits. And then this group is scheduled to meet the next Monday on the 22nd to make a final decision and recommendation. And that recommendation will go to TRW and the Joint Appropriations Committee and the Governor's Office. And so that's kind of the path moving forward. So just make sure everybody's got that down. It'll be narrowed to 2 tomorrow. Those site visits will be the 15th, the 16th. We've reserved the 17th in case something happens. We could end up with, who knows, maybe it'll rain in some part of the state of Wyoming and you just can't get out to there. But right now, that's what we currently have scheduled.
And with that, Karen, do you have anything for us? Very good. So, think about what you might want to share with us tomorrow. We've given you some heads up on a couple of question topics that have come up from, within the task force. And then just give us one last pitch for why your site is perfect for Wyoming, and we'll hear from you tomorrow. And with that, we will be adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.